Chapter 91. Mu Wanyin pursed her lips and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Wu. If you didn't sell me the evolution food at a low price, allowing me to enter the top 10, this matter wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Wu Ming nodded and felt that it was true. Under normal circumstances, F-grade beast tamers would receive subsidies. However, Mu Wanyin had only been a reserve beast tamer for a short period of time. She still had to go out to hunt beasts, and it would take a year for her to become an official beast tamer. Under normal circumstances, if she wanted money, she would have to form a team to hunt beasts or collect herbs. If that was the case, not to mention the problem of returns, just her personal safety alone would be difficult to guarantee. For things to develop like this, it's considered a relatively good outcome. At least, you're in the top 10 and can get $1 million from the City Lord's mansion to repay your debt, Wu Ming said. Yeah, Mu Wanyin nodded. Her father owed $800,000. However, due to family conflicts, her father rejected her mother's help. No matter how poor a man was, as long as he had some backbone, he wouldn't need the help of a woman who made him a cuckold. And now, with Mu Wanyin obtaining the qualification to participate in the national competition, the debt problem was no longer a problem. "Brother Wu, I want to go home and tell my dad the news. I'll send you back." All right." Mu Wanyin didn't refuse anymore. To be honest, her house was in the same area as Nanwen Street, a few streets away. It was indeed on the way back. As there were no cars at night, the two decided to walk. Mu Wanyin hugged the little white fox. Wu Ming crossed his arms. Little Tyrant was running around on the road, sometimes rushing a few dozen meters ahead to check on the road, then running back and barking, as if to say, "There's no danger ahead." "Brother Wu, are you a local of Garan Castle?" "Me? I'm from out of town." Since he transmigrated from Huaxia, he was definitely considered a foreigner. "Wow. So, Brother Wu, you've been to the outside world. I wonder if it's fun." "There's nothing fun in the outside world." Wu Ming shrugged. Regular overtime. The boss painted a pie in the sky. The 9966 fortune report. Because of those factors, Wu Ming didn't think the outside world was a good place. If he had a choice, he would prefer to stay in the world of pets. Here, in less than a month, he earned money that he might not be able to earn even if he worked hard for a lifetime. "I really want to explore the outside world." Mu Wanyin looked at the outside world, her eyes full of longing. "However, my strength is still too weak. Without the standard of an elite deer rank, it is very dangerous to leave the city alone. Who knows when I will be devoured by a beast? There will be a chance," Wu Ming said. As long as he stabilized himself in the early stages, accumulated more funds, and grew stronger step by step, it would not be a problem for him to become a D-level beast tamer in the future. However, it would be difficult to reach Class C. Reaching the C rank from the D rank wasn't something that could be achieved with only C rank evolution food. A special evolution crystal was required as well. That kind of thing was hard to come by. It could be artificially synthesized, but it was expensive. As a result, there was a divide between Class D and Class C pets. It was an insurmountable mountain. The gap between Class A and Class S pets was even larger. With this in mind, Wu Ming asked, "Right? Why do you want to explore the outside world?" "Because I like it." Mu Wanyin pursed her red lips. Her eyes were glowing as if she had mentioned her dream. Wu Ming darted a look at her. This little girl was quite nice. In this dangerous world, she could still maintain her innocence. Unfortunately, it was fine in the city. Outside the city, where ferocious beasts were everywhere, innocence would be the most useless thing. The two of them chatted as they walked. Late at night, they finally arrived at an old street 1 kilometer away from Nanwen Street. "Brother Wu, this is my house." Mu Wanyin pointed at the townhouse next to the street and pushed open the door to room 008. A long time ago, this was a townhouse, but now, for some reason, it had depreciated. A house could only be sold for a few $100,000, far less than a new house. Besides, no one would be willing to buy it. "Dad, you're still awake?" Mu Wanyin noticed that the light in the room was on. A middle-aged man with a square face and white hair at the temples was standing in the living room on the first floor. He was sitting on the old wooden sofa, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He sized up Wu Ming, who walked in with Mu Wanyin. "Yin Yin, you're back?" This must be the genius pet trainer who scored 99 points. Wu Ming, right? Mu Zhong cleared his throat and smiled gently. Wu Ming could tell that Mu Wanyan's father was in poor health. Overall, he was okay, but he couldn't do any physical work. In the man's eyes, there was a faint trace of dignity that belonged to the boss of the company. However, the family had declined and the couple had divorced. As for the specific reason, Wu Ming didn't want to delve into it. "Hello, Uncle Mu." Wu Ming nodded. "It's a little late today. I'll send Yin Yin off. Sorry for disturbing you. Sit down and have a cup of tea." Mu Zhong invited. He stood up, boiled some water with the kettle, and cleaned the coffee table. It would be impolite to decline. Wu Ming sat down. "Dad, I'll take a shower first." Mu Wanyan carried the little white fox into her room. Only Wu Ming and Mu Zhong were left in the living room. 2 days ago, Yin Yin told me that she's already an elite-level beast tamer. Also, the evolution food was provided by Wu Ming. "Thank you so much," Mu Zhong said gratefully. "No need to thank me. It's all business." Wu Ming smiled. Mu Zhong sized up Wu Ming. The young man in front of him was young, promising, and handsome. His manner of speech was appropriate. He was indeed a good person. It was a pity that his family had declined. He probably wasn't good enough for her. Thinking of this, Mu Zhong's expression dimmed. The two men didn't continue to talk. They drank tea in silence. "It's late. I should go back. There's still a trainer test tomorrow." Wu Ming looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. If he didn't go back to sleep, he would have to start cultivating. "Okay then, I won't disturb you any longer." Mu Zhong stood up and walked Wu Ming to the door. "My pet store is on Anwen Street. It's not far from here," Wu Ming said. "I know. When I send Yin Yin to school, I'll always pass by Nanwen Street. If I have time in the future, I'll go there more often." Mu Zhong waved his hand. Wu Ming took the little tyrant and gradually disappeared into the night. Looking at his receding figure, Mu Zhong sighed. "What a good son-in-law. I'm just afraid that he won't like our Yin Yin," Mu Zhong whispered. A genius-level trainer had a bright future. They could nurture countless powerful beast tamers. Such a person might not have much power in the beginning. However, when he grew up, he would be a solid and huge backer. "Dad, where's Brother Wu?" At this moment, Mu Wanyan finished showering and washing clothes. When she walked out, she found that Wu Ming was gone. He went back. He said there's a trainer test tomorrow. "Oh, then I'll definitely go and watch it tomorrow." "Yin Yin, go to bed early. Don't stay up late." "Dad, you too." Chapter 92. Wu Ming walked down the street and arrived at a deserted area. Right then, he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. "Why are you here?" Wu Ming looked toward the source of the sound. A tall and charming woman with short, dyed green hair that reached her shoulders and wore a tight leather jacket walked over with cat-like steps. She was LV Luo, just passing by. "Do you believe me?" LV Luo smiled. "No." Wu Ming shook his head. "Forget it. Here, this is for you." LV Luo put a card in Wu Ming's pocket and disappeared into the night with her sexy cat-like steps. Wu Ming picked up the card. There was only a phone number on it. Wu Ming saved it in his phone and found that he could add VX. He tried it and found that it was LV Luo's alternate account. Delivering VX in the middle of the night. Wu Ming didn't know what to say. Soon, he went back to the pet store and took a shower. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was about to go to bed. Ding dong. LV Luo sent him a video message. Wu Ming clicked on it. It was a selfie of LV Luo dancing in a nightclub. She was making seductive movements and even winking at the man in the video. "What's wrong with me?" Wu Ming curled his lips. He turned his phone to silent mode and went to bed. The next morning, after washing up, Wu Ming ordered some takeout and got into Su Qianqian's car to head to the animal arena. "Dear H.E. Wu Ming, did you sleep well last night?" Su Qianqian had changed into a well-cut Cheongsam with a high slit. When she was driving, her fair legs were very eye-catching. Wu Ming swallowed his saliva and mumbled, "It's early in the morning. Don't tempt me." "Ha ha ha," Su Qianqian laughed. Beast fighting arena. When Wu Ming arrived, he quickly became the center of attention. "Look, it's the genius trainer Wu Ming. I heard that he scored 99 points. Even Miss Suing lost to him. He's really awesome. Top secret files are no joke. Many of the audience members waved and shouted. H.E. Wu Ming, you're finally here. Suing was also wearing a Chong Sam, but it didn't have a high slit, making it look simple and elegant. Do you know the content of the assessment later? Wu Ming asked curiously. If I knew, I would have prepared long ago. I wouldn't have to guess like this. Suing spread her hands. That's true. Wu Ming shrugged. At this time, the E-grade trainer old man, Long Qianxian, walked over with a smile and said, no need to guess blindly. Today, there will be a total of 35 people taking the second and third round of the assessment. The top 10 will be chosen on the spot. Instead of guessing, it's better to prepare early. That's true, Wu Ming and Suing said at the same time. Then, they looked at each other in surprise, thinking that it was really a coincidence. You're Wu Ming? A slightly cold voice came from not far away, attracting the attention of all the trainers present. Wu Ming looked toward the voice. The speaker was a young man with long hair. He had a tuft of beard and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes were sharp. Master Gu, also a genius trainer. In the first round of the assessment, he scored 78 points. Suing introduced him in a low voice. Oh, Wu Ming nodded slightly. This score didn't sound high, but to be ranked third among all the young trainers in Garan Castle was not easy. I'm Wu Ming. Do you have any questions? Wu Ming asked Master Gu. My name is Gu Xiaocheng. I hope you won't go easy on me in the second and third round of the assessment. I want to know the difference between myself and the top geniuses. Gu Xiaocheng said. Wu Ming was stunned. Suing raised her eyebrows. The other trainers were also dumbfounded. Just now, they thought that Gu Xiaocheng was going to challenge Wu Ming, but in the end, he was reminding Wu Ming not to go easy on him. This was awkward. I've seen the video of you sparring with Lu Gaohan in Yaotao Ancient Town. Lu Gaohan is a piece of trash, not worth mentioning. Other than his speed, the quality of the evolved food is really hard to describe. Gu Xiaocheng didn't hold back at all. When Lu Gaohan was mentioned, Wu Ming's eyes flashed. He remembered that little tyrant seemed to have thrown his family heirloom into the sewers. He didn't know if he could find it. I'll do my best. Wu Ming collected his thoughts and nodded at Gu Xiaocheng. I'll look forward to your performance. Gu Xiaocheng nodded and walked to the other side, waiting for the second round of the assessment to begin. The old E-grade trainer, Long Qianxian, coughed. He thought that Gu Xiaocheng was going to challenge Wu Ming. The result was unexpected. All right, the second round is about to begin. Long Qianxian took out a microphone. As trainers, we first have to recognize a large number of potions. The first round is to test your ability to remember potions. However, remembering the herbs is just the foundation. The most important thing is to learn and apply it. Therefore, the second round is to test your ability to use the herbs. Everyone, please take a look. Long Qianxian pointed to the distance. There was a container there. The bodyguards opened the container. Instantly, all kinds of herbs worth tens of millions appeared. There were at least 10,000 kinds of herbs. There are 18,000 kinds of herbs here. The second round is to pick 10 of them and mix them on the spot to make an original potion. Long Qianxian went on. Hearing this, Wu Ming was dumbfounded. Pick and mix them on the spot? What if the pet died from eating the food? Su Ying, Gu Xiaocheng, and the other trainers were at a loss as well. They were worried about the same thing as Wu Ming. Mixing them on the spot was like creating a new evolutionary food. Every evolutionary food had to be mixed, adjusted, and tested many times before it could become a mature product. But at the moment, Long Qianxian was telling them to pick 10 random herbs and mix them on the spot. There was a chance that their pets will be poisoned to death. Don't be surprised. I'm not asking you to mix an evolutionary food. I'm asking you to mix a potion. Then, you will be given a score based on the effect. The better the effect, the higher the score. Long Qianxian grinned. Ahem, if the potion is made into a poison and the pets are poisoned to death, won't we get a negative score? One of the trainers was confused. Nonsense. How can we get a negative score? Long Qianxian glared at him. If you can make a poison, it will be a good potion. At the very least, it can be used to deal with beasts. I didn't know that I could get a score if I made a poison. No need to panic. Sure, I will make a top-level poison for you. The dozens of trainers burst into laughter. They felt much more relaxed. They hurried over to the container to pick the herbs. Wu Ming, Su Ying, and Gu Xiaocheng went over to the container as well. Brother Wu, you can do it. Wan Xiu had put on her cheerleading uniform and was holding 2 bouquets in her hand. She kept shouting, which attracted the attention of many old lechers. In front of the container, Wu Ming activated his Eye of Insight and began to look for herbs. Chapter 93. Wu Ming, are you going to make poisons or potions that are beneficial to pets? Su Ying stood next to Wu Ming and asked in a low voice while she was selecting the herbs. That's hard to say, but these are herbs. It's not impossible to make poisons, but the toxicity won't be strong enough. It's hard to get a high score. Wu Ming voiced his opinion. I think so too. I think you'll have to make potions that are beneficial to pets to get a high score. Su Ying nodded. Let's pick the herbs first. Wu Ming began to look for the herbs. First, he fixed his eyes on one of them. Type, passion fruit. Rank, normal, note. It can stop bleeding and heal wounds. Wu Ming covered his face with his hands. Could this herb be made into poisons? He shook his head. This is the passion fruit. It can stop bleeding and heal wounds. Wu Ming, am I right? Su Ying asked with a smile. She noticed that Wu Ming was staring at the passion fruit. Yes. Wu Ming nodded. He had to admit that if he didn't cheat, he would have been beaten by Su Ying. That being said, Wu Ming noticed that his memory was getting better and better. Everything that he checked with the Eye of Insight was recorded in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. Therefore, as long as he kept learning, he would be able to beat many trainers even if he didn't cheat in the future. Wu Ming continued to look for herbs. At this moment, he noticed a kind of thorn vine. Type, thorn vine. Rank, normal. Note, it has anesthetic stingers. You can extract the essence of the herbs and make them into anesthetics. Wu Ming put on a pair of gloves and picked up the thorn vine. What kind of potion should I make? Is it poison or something that can enhance my potion? Wu Ming was in deep thought. As a matter of fact, the second round of the trainer's test wasn't easy. This was a kind of improvisation. If he couldn't make up his mind, he would lose his bearings and end up wasting time. Never mind. I'll try to make a poison. In the end, Wu Ming made up his mind. He placed the thorny vine in the medicine box and continued his search. If I want to make a poison, I can use the anesthetic effect of the thorny vines to numb the enemy and then accelerate the blood flow. This way, the poison can quickly spread in the enemy's body. Wu Ming quickly had an idea. He began to purposefully select the medicinal herbs. Type, bloodgrass. Level, normal. Remark, it has the effect of promoting blood circulation and can accelerate blood flow. Seeing this red medicinal herb, Wu Ming smiled and put it into the medicine box. Type, divine wildflower. Level, medium. Remark, it can improve one's mental state and make one excited. However, overconsumption will cause physical exhaustion and cell damage. This is not bad. It can be used as the main ingredient. Wu Ming stored the crazy god flower into his medicine box. The others were also looking for medicinal herbs, thinking about the direction they needed to concoct the medicine. In the audience, what do you think they want to mix? I think the potion is beneficial to pets. It can't be poison, can it? I heard that poison can also be scored, provided that the poison is strong enough. Let's wait and see. The audience was well-mannered. They only talked in low voices, not daring to disturb Wu Ming, Su Ying, Gu Xiaocheng, and the other trainers. Half an hour later, all the trainers had chosen their medicinal herbs. This was a decision they had made after careful consideration. For them, this was a brand new attempt. On a stone stage, Wu Ming put down his medicine box. Let's begin. He put on a mask and used all the tools on the stage, such as grinding rods, strainers, test tubes, spirit lamps, scales, and knives, to process the materials. He was very skilled. After all, when he was mixing the evolutionary food, Wu Ming had done it himself. There was no problem with his operation. Su Ying darted a look at Wu Ming. He's very skilled. That's him. Suing looked away and went back to her work. Gu Shaoqing stood next to Suing. He didn't look around. Instead, he pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. His eyes were focused, and his movements were neat and tidy. TSK, this guy is getting serious. Suing darted a look at Gu Shaoqing and smiled. She picked up her tools and began to process the medicinal herbs. Not far away, Gu Yuehong stood next to the E-grade trainer, Long Qianxian. She asked, "Elder Long, who do you think will win?" "Sure." Long Qianxian gestured for her to keep quiet. He held his binoculars and observed the movements of the trainers. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming processed all the ingredients. He used filter paper and other tools to filter the 3 medicinal liquids. He prepared to drip them into a test tube and mix them. Ding! Medicinal herbs overdosed. The system sounded. Wu Ming's pupils shrank. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. So the system can be corrected. Very good. He began to adjust the dosage. Then, he mixed the 3 medicinal liquids in a perfect ratio of 3, 2, 1. Then, Wu Ming noticed that the medicinal herbs started to smoke. His eyes narrowed. Whoosh! The medicinal herbs burned fiercely and rose into the sky. It turned into green smoke and rolled in spirals, scaring the surrounding people. Damn, what kind of bomb is this? That gave me a fright. Most of the audience were using binoculars to observe. Some were using their phones and cameras to zoom in on the screen. Then, Wu Ming's test tube suddenly started to smoke, which scared the audience. They thought the test tube was about to explode. "I'm fine." Wu Ming looked at the bottom of the test tube. There were some purple-black particles. Those were the toxins formed by the reaction of the 3 medicinal herbs. One of those particles could kill an adult bull. The toxicity was strong. However, for the average beasts, it could only make them dizzy, not kill them. After all, the beasts were strong. If it were an F-rank beast or pet, it would only feel discomfort at the most, but it wouldn't die. Therefore, the toxicity was not strong enough. Wu Ming looked at the remaining 7 medicinal liquids. Those were the buffs. If I use them to buff the poison, I will be able to enhance the effect to the maximum. But what should I do in order? Wu Ming was deep in thought. He picked up the 7 medicinal liquids and tried them again and again. He noticed that the system's prompt would appear in his mind every time, such as the ratio of enhancement and the effect. Good. Wu Ming adjusted the liquids according to the guidance. 10 minutes later, he looked at a purple-red particle the size of a soybean that had settled in the water. Detailed information appeared in front of him. Name, Super Red Pellet Poison. Rank, F. Remarks, this is a super strong poison. After 7 buffs, even a pet at the peak of the F grade will be poisoned to death within 1 second. That's so strong. Wu Ming himself was frightened. Even a pet at the peak of the F grade would have a 100% chance of dying. Therefore, even an E-grade pet would be in mortal danger after eating the poison. I can't believe that I have created such a horrifying poison. Right. What is the sequence and ratio? I have to write it down. Wu Ming quickly took out a piece of paper and wrote down the required medicinal herbs, the process, and the key points of the concoction. If someone could get their hands on this manuscript, they would be able to create this super strong poison. Chapter 94. I'm done. Wu Ming put away the manuscript and said loudly. So fast, the audience stared with their eyes wide open. They turned on their video cameras, mobile phones, and binoculars, all focusing on the purplish-red particle in the water. H.E. Wu Ming, please wait for a moment. When the others are done, or when the time is almost up, we will judge them together, the E-grade tamer old man, Long Qianxian said. Okay. Wu Ming nodded. He used a test tube to contain the super strong red pill poison and walked to the seat specially prepared for the tamers. This poison was blood poison. In other words, it had to enter the blood circulation system for it to be effective. Therefore, the best way to use it was to smear it on a poison arrow and kill in 1 shot. If it was consumed directly, the effect would be much slower. I'm done too. Gu Shaoqing raised his hand, then took a wooden box and sat in his seat. I'm done too. Suing had also finished mixing. She sat next to Wu Ming with a smile on her face. Did the two of you mix poison or buff-type potions? Gu Xiaochang asked as he pushed the golden glasses on his nose. Poison. Wu Ming said. Poison. Suing said. What a coincidence. Me too. Gu Xiaochang pushed the glasses on his nose again. Then, the three of them looked at each other. They did not expect that they would all be poisons and smiled. Then let's judge based on the strength of the poison. Gu Xiaochang said. Suing looked at her liquid potion, then at Gu Xiaochang's wooden box and the purplish-red particle that Wu Ming had preserved in water. She secretly thought that the potions that the three of them had mixed were all different. I'm done too. Me too. One by one, the tamers completed the mixing process. Time's up. When most of them were done, Long Qianxian looked at the time and found that it was already noon. And this was the time limit set. For 9 to 12, 3 hours was more than enough. If they could not complete it, there was no need to wait. Time's up. Sigh. Several tamers covered their faces with their hands, blaming themselves for being too slow. They hadn't even finished mixing the potions. Okay, get ready to report the types of potions you have and the estimated effects. We will give you a chance to show your potions later, Long Qianxian said loudly. He looked at Wu Ming and said, Next, in order of completion. Start with the last one. Hearing this, Wu Ming was stunned. Why did he put him last? He was speechless. A chubby trainer stepped forward with a bag of pink pellets in his hand. He introduced, This is a potion I made called Pink Temptation. It can enhance the pet's ability in that aspect, and the duration can be doubled. As soon as he said that, everyone burst out laughing. Someone began to shout. That is, no. Silence, silence. Long Qianxian waved his hand and said, Next, continue the introduction. The second-last tamer said, My potion is liquid. It is called Enhancement Potion. After taking it, an F-rank pet speed will be increased by 10% for a few minutes. Not bad. Next, Long Qianxian went on. Apart from the tamers who had been eliminated, the other 30 began to introduce their potions. Soon, it was Su Ying's turn. My potion is liquid poison. Even an F-rank pet will experience dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and other symptoms after taking it. The effect will be immediate. If not detoxified, the pet will die within 3 hours. Su Ying began her introduction. Damn, Miss Su Ying is so pretty. I can't believe she can make a poison. Is this the so-called woman's heart? You idiot. Don't talk nonsense. Some people in the audience began to quarrel. It can kill an F-rank pet. This is a good potion. If it was given to an ordinary dire beast or beast, it would probably die in a short time. Very good. Next, Long Qianxian looked at Gu Xiaochang. Gu Xiaochang opened the wooden box. There was a strange mushroom-shaped object in the box. There were many bumps on the mushroom-shaped object, and it was covered by glass. My potion is a poisonous mushroom. I put many kinds of poisonous fog in it. When the poisonous mushroom explodes, the different kinds of poisonous fog will mix and temporarily weaken the pet's abilities. It is highly toxic. If all the poisonous fog is inhaled, even an F-rank pet will die within an hour. Gu Xiaoqing was confident as he explained. Impressive. It's poison again. Those geniuses are wasting their time on making poisons. I don't even have the courage to get close to them anymore. The audience was trembling. For the first time, they felt that the tamers could be so dangerous. They were like demons hiding in the crowd. Good. Next, Long Qianxian turned to Wu Ming. Everyone was looking at him as well. They were curious about the purple-red particle that had been immersed in the water but would not dissolve. What I've concocted is a poison. I've named it Super Red Pellet Poison. It's a type of blood poison. If blood is seen, it can kill an F-rank pet in 1 second. Wu Ming explained. All of a sudden, he felt that his super red pellet poison was too powerful. Compared to other poisons that could kill an F-rank pet in 1 hour, his potion was invincible. Poison an F-rank pet to death in 1 second? No way. Everyone stood up in shock. Su Ying and Gu Xiaoqing widened their eyes in disbelief. A poison that could be used instantaneously was already of the standard rank. According to Wu Ming, the super red pellet poison was definitely an F-rank poison and of superior quality. But was that possible? Or are you telling the truth? Long Qianxian was so surprised that her glasses fell off. It's true. I can try it with an F-class vicious beast in a while. Of course, the premise is that there is an F-class vicious beast for me to try, said Wu Ming. Wait a second. Long Qianxian took out her phone at once and called the mayor to explain the situation. A moment later, Long Qianxian hung up the phone. He said into the phone, "Everyone, please be patient. The mayor's office will bring in a batch of beasts that were captured from outside the city. Among them are 3 healthy F-rank beasts." Wow, the audience was in an uproar. 3 F-rank beasts were brought here just to test the poison. Honey, I haven't seen any beasts yet. Me neither. I wonder what the beasts look like. Don't worry, you'll see them soon. The audience felt the value of the tickets. They could even see F-rank beasts. What a great deal. Those who had been hanging around on the forum began to take photos and write messages, ready to post them as soon as possible. Roar. After half an hour of waiting, deafening roars came from the distance. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a few large trucks draped in black cloth entering the arena. There were also 10 F-class Beastmasters and 2 E-class Beastmasters guarding the area. Here they are. Everyone hurried over. Chapter 95. I can't believe we can use F-level beasts to test the medicine. How fortunate. Gu Shaoqing licked his lips. Pervert. Suing rolled her eyes at him. Wu Ming, on the other hand, was very calm. The super red pill poison's efficacy had been recognized by the system. Therefore, he did not think there would be any problems. Someone lifted the black cloth on the trucks, revealing dozens of iron cages made of super alloy steel and dozens of ferocious beasts inside. At that moment, the whole place was in an uproar. Roar! Those beasts and the thousands of people around them all let out a ferocious roar when they saw the sunlight. They started to attack the iron cages crazily, trying to escape. Roar! The pets of the hundreds of F-level beast tamers also gathered around and roared at the beasts in the iron cages. The horrifying airwaves and deafening sound waves swept over in an instant. The iron cages seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Those beasts hurried to lie down in the cages, shivering. An E-level beast tamer in charge of escorting the beasts walked up to Long Qianxian and said, "Mr. Long, the beasts that the trainers need to test the medicine have been sent here. They are all ferocious beasts that harm living creatures. We caught them alive. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. Please do whatever you want with them." "Thank you, brotherly." Long Qianxian nodded. Then he looked at Wu Ming and the rest of the 30 trainers. "Next, let's test the medicine according to the previous order. Should I go first?" The chubby trainer who had concocted the pink temptation potion pointed at himself. Then he walked out with a red face. "Please choose a test target," an F-level beast tamer said to the chubby trainer. "Just pick an ordinary male ferocious beast," the fat trainer said. Soon, an F-class flying eagle flew out and grabbed a metal cage with its sharp claws. It then placed a sloth-like dire beast on the ground together with the cage. The chubby trainer walked over. With the help of 2 F-level beast tamers, he poured the pink temptation potion into the sloth-like beast's mouth. Then he waited for the result. Soon, the medicine took effect. The sloth-like beast became very excited. It started to roar in the air. It was many times more terrifying than a teddy bear. "This medicine is amazing." The audience burst into laughter. Both men and women wanted to buy it. "Looks like I can change my profession in the future and specialize in selling potions called Pink Temptation." The chubby trainer snickered. He had found a business opportunity. "Your potion is not bad. I'll give you 65 points. Long Qianxian gave a score on the spot. 65? That's great. Thank you, Elder Long. The fat trainer hurriedly retreated to his seat. His heart was filled with joy as he thought about how to improve this potion in the future and then cooperate with them all. "All right, next," Long Qianxian shouted. The other trainers went up the stage according to the previous order and picked a ferocious beast that had not been tested yet. Then, They put the drug into the ferocious beast, and Long Qianxian gave them a score based on their performance. 60 points, 61 points, 63 points. Most of the people's scores were between 60 and 70 points. Currently, the highest score was only 70 points, which was not considered high. However, there were all kinds of strange potions. Some strengthened the ability to procreate, some sped up the growth rate, some grew taller, some became thinner. In short, there were all kinds of strange things. Next, Long Qianxian shouted, "It's my turn." Suing took a deep breath. Holding the liquid drug she had made, she picked an F-grade ferocious wolf of hell. Roar! The ferocious wolf of hell was very uncooperative. It bared its teeth at Suing, wishing it could rush out of the cage and tear her into pieces. Behave! An E-grade beast tamer attacked and suppressed the ferocious wolf of hell with absolute strength. Then, Suing poured all the poison into the ferocious wolf of hell's mouth. Roar! The ferocious wolf of hell immediately showed symptoms of dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. It kept scratching its mouth with its claws. Then it bumped its head into the cage and showed symptoms of self-harm. What a perverted poison! Even an F-grade ferocious beast is affected. It's really scary. The audience hurried to record it. Long Qianxian kept nodding and said, "Very good. It's effective immediately. If it's mixed with food and eaten by an F-grade ferocious beast, it will show these symptoms, and its combat power will be greatly reduced." Very good, but because it won't die immediately, I can only give you 80 points. 80 points again? Suing nodded and felt that it was not bad. After all, it was just a temporary concoction, and she did not have enough experience. After a few more concoctions in the future, the toxicity would definitely be increased. Next, it's my turn. Gu Shaoqing stood up and found a protective suit. He put on a helmet and put the poisonous mushroom in his hand into a sealed jar. He started shaking it violently to mix the various poisonous mists inside perfectly. "Begin," Long Qianxian ordered. Gu Shaoqing hurriedly sprayed the poisonous mist in the jar onto the face of an F-grade ferocious rat. The latter inhaled the poisonous mist and immediately started trembling. Its body became weak, and even its running speed slowed down a lot. Soon, the ferocious rat collapsed in the cage, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Although it was not dead yet, its combat power was greatly reduced. Very good. It's much stronger than Su Ying's. I'll give you 85 points. Long Qianxian said. Hearing that, Gu Shaoqing smiled at Su Ying and said, "Miss Su, thank you for letting me win." "Huh." Su Ying turned her face away. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Ming. They wanted to know if his super red pellet poison could kill an F-grade ferocious beast in a second, as he said. "I'm really looking forward to it," Gu Shaoqing whispered. "Don't tell me it's 99 points again." Su Ying pursed her lips tightly. In a stance, Su Qianqian rested her chin on her hand, blinked, and cast a trusting look at Wu Ming. "If you keep watching, your eyes will fall out," Yin Tong, who was sitting on the side, said grumpily. "I'm happy to watch." Su Qianqian snorted. In the Colosseum, Wu Ming put the purple-red granule on the table and held it with a pair of tweezers. He walked toward the F-grade ferocious beast in the iron cage and sighed. "I'm sorry. You're a ferocious beast, and I'm a human. We're on opposite sides, so I can only use you as a test subject," Wu Ming said in a low voice. The F-grade ferocious beast was a four-legged monster with spikes all over its body. It had a mouth full of sharp teeth. It leaned against the iron cage and grinned at Wu Ming with a ferocious look. "Behave yourself." 3 F-grade beast tamers came over and pinned it down. They cut a small wound on its body, and blood flowed out. Wu Ming put the granule of the super red pellet poison on the wound. It merged into the ferocious beast's body in an instant. The F-grade ferocious beast only had time to let out a strange cry. It immediately fell down in the iron cage and died on the spot. Instant kill. Damn, it's so poisonous. The entire audience stood up and sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Long Qianxian opened her eyes wide. She felt that Wu Ming's super red pellet poison was terrifying. The beast tamers in charge of escorting the ferocious beast were also shocked. They looked at Wu Ming with admiration. They felt that he was indeed more powerful than the rumors said. Chapter 96. H.E. Wu Ming is the best. Su Qianqian licked her red lips, her eyes becoming more and more charming. Yin Tong chuckled and said, "Is it because he's good at concocting poisons, or is it because he's good at something else? Both are great." Su Qianqian stretched out her hand and hooked Yin Tong's chin. "And it's the kind that you won't be able to enjoy. Bah, shameless." Yin Tong turned her face away. In the seats, not far away, Wan Xiu jumped up with a wow. Brother Wu's super red pill poison killed the F-class dire beast instantly. He'll definitely get a high score and advance to the third round. I won't say anything. Brother Wu is awesome. Huang Samba waved his hand. Boss is the best. Zuma Mei laughed. In the Colosseum, the old E-class beast tamer ran to the front of the poisoned F-class vicious beast. He bent his body and stared at it with his eyes wide open. Then he slapped Wu Ming on the shoulder and praised. "Is this really a poison that you concocted on the spot? Did you have it before?" "It was concocted on the spot." Wu Ming nodded. "If you don't believe me, you can check the herbs I used." "No, there's no need to check. I believe you. It's just that I'm shocked. It's only been a few hours, and you've already concocted such a terrifying poison. Even an E-class dire beast wouldn't be able to last long." Long Qianqian's breathing quickened. "So, I'll give you 101 points. The extra point is to encourage you. I'm not afraid that you'll be proud. You're a genius, and it's natural for you to be proud. 101 points. His score is off the charts." The audience was in an uproar again when they heard the score. Gu Xiaocheng clenched his fists, then released them. He shook his head and said, "No wonder he's the genius in the top secret files. 101 points. The gap between us is too big." Suing crossed her arms and said, "I knew he would get first place, but I didn't expect his score to be so crazy. There's only one round left. Next, the first place will definitely be Wu Ming." Gu Xiaocheng felt that there was no need to continue the competition. "Yes, but second place hasn't been decided yet. I think I can get second place." Suing smiled. "The second place is mine." Gu Xiaocheng pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking very confident. 5 minutes later, Long Qianxian stood on the stage and announced loudly, after the second round of the competition, except for 5 trainers who failed to complete the allocation on time, the remaining 30 trainers are all above the passing line. Therefore, congratulations to all of them for entering the final round. Hearing this, everyone was excited, because the final round of the competition was about to begin. "All right, let's have lunch first. We'll continue at 3 p.m. Long Qianxian took out her lunchbox, crossed her legs, and started eating in front of everyone. "TSK." The crowd booed. "Eat chicken. Hurry up and start the competition." Some of the hot-tempered old men were already impatient. They roared a few times, then ate a mouthful of instant noodles and drank a bottle of Coca-Cola to calm themselves down. Lunch was provided in the animal arena. Everyone went to the cafeteria to eat. In less than an hour, they were all done and returned to their seats. Wu Ming ate the lunch prepared by Wan Xiu and returned to the trainer's seats. He found that Gu Xiaocheng had finished eating and was carefully wiping his gold-rimmed glasses. Suing was lying on the table. Her huge breasts were squashed out of shape. She looked bored, sipping milk tea from time to time. At 3 p.m. Sorry for the long wait. Next, we will begin the third and final round of the trainer's audition. Long Qianxian picked up the microphone and turned the volume to the maximum. Next, let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, the 30 beast tamers immediately took a deep breath and stood up, waiting for the competition to begin. In the final round, we won't play around. We will mix evolutionary food on the spot. Whoever mixes the best evolutionary food will get the highest score. Then, the top 10 trainers will be qualified to go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition. The third round is limited to 5 hours. It will last from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Now the time starts. Long Qianxian shouted. The trainers participating in the competition immediately started to pick the raw materials they needed from the container of medicinal herbs. Brother Wu, go for it. Wan Siyu cheered loudly like a cheerleader. Zhang Okyun, who was next to her, hurried to put on her cap, lowered her head, and covered her face with her hands. She was afraid that someone would recognize her. In the animal arena, Wu Ming was picking medicinal herbs. He thought about it and decided to mix an F-grade defensive food. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. Suing walked over with a box of medicinal herbs. Her red lips parted slightly. Wu Ming, what grade of food are you going to mix? F-grade, of course, Wu Ming said. The medicinal herbs provided here were very ordinary. There was no way to mix an E-grade evolutionary food of higher quality. I mean the quality, Suing whispered. Supreme grade, Wu Ming said. Suing almost lost her grip on the box of medicinal herbs. She coughed and said, "You are really confident. But in our Garan castle, it seems that you're the only one who can mix a supreme grade evolutionary food." Miss Su, you still have time to chat with Wu Ming. Are you looking down on me? Gu Shaoqing took the medicine box and walked nearby. In front of Su Ying, he took a kind of medicinal herb and ridiculed it. Tisk, it's none of your business. Su Ying quickly shut up and started to pick the medicinal herbs. 10 minutes later, all the trainers returned to the stone table after picking their ingredients. Apart from Wu Ming, the other trainers took out various tools such as evaporation pots, crystallization tools, evaporators, boilers, glass test tubes, and alcohol lamps that were used in the traditional boiling and crystallization method. Look, Trainer Wu Ming doesn't seem to need those tools. Is he going to do what he did in the video? Is he going to use the ancient method similar to the one used by Class A Master Wu Tianxua? I think it's possible. The audience discussed animatedly. Wu Ming heard the discussion, but he didn't do anything. It's been a long time since I bought a new evolutionary food recipe. I have hundreds of evolution points, which is enough for the time being. How about I mix a brand new F-grade evolutionary food right now? Wu Ming said to himself. He stood in front of the stone table and closed his eyes. It seemed that he was resting, but in fact he was browsing in the pet store. Soon, Wu Ming spent 40 evolution points and bought a recipe that he thought was good. Super Light Beam, F-grade, recipe, F-grade Beast Core, X 20 grams, Scorching Heart X 35 grams, Ruby X 28 grams, and 9 other medicinal herbs. Evolution Points X5. Effect: the eyes of the pet that takes this evolutionary food will be modified. The pet's eyes will be able to emit a laser beam that is similar to Superman's. In the extreme state, the laser beam can melt super alloy steel. I only need 9 medicinal herbs, and I think I have all of them in the container. I'll take this one. Wu Ming smiled and opened his eyes. Under everyone's surprised gazes, he walked toward the container. Chapter 97. Wu Ming's actions caught everyone's attention. What is he trying to do? Is he going to change his food at the last minute? I think it's possible. The audience was engaged in a heated discussion. Gu Shaoqing, Su Ying, Long Qianxian, and Hu Yuehong were also looking at Wu Ming in surprise, wondering what he was up to. Garan Castle Central Hospital, ICU. On the bed, Lu Gaoan looked at his family heirloom, giggling to himself. Then, he turned to the TV on the wall. It was a live broadcast of the Colosseum. Changing your food at the last minute? Wu Ming, who do you think you are? I'm willing to bet that you'll fail. Then, you will become the laughing stock of the entire Garan Castle. Ha ha ha. Lu Gaohan sneered. He stared at the TV without blinking. He didn't want to miss any details of Wu Ming's failure. He even took out his phone to take pictures. He was going to post them on his WeChat moments to celebrate when Wu Ming failed. The other forces were also paying attention to the last round of the trainer audition through the live broadcast. Yaodao, Ancient Town. Su Shuang was watching the live broadcast on the big screen. There were no satellites in the world of pets. However, there were many special E-level pets called space turtles that floated at an altitude of 100,000 meters. They carried relay stations on their backs to transmit information. Su Shuang had such a pet. With the space turtles, He could stay in touch with the Garan castle in the Yaotao ancient town, which was hundreds of kilometers away. Butler Lin, what kind of food do you think Wu Ming is going to make? Su Shuang asked his butler. Butler Lin shook his head. That's not easy to guess. It's because it's not easy to guess. That's why I'm asking you. Su Lao looked at the live broadcast with curiosity. The Colosseum. Wu Ming searched for a while in the container warehouse. He gathered all the materials needed to make the light beam and then returned to the stone table. Look, he only found 9 materials. He even used rubies as raw materials. What kind of food is he going to make? Stop bragging. Keep watching. Some of the audience couldn't help but ask. However, most people were still able to maintain their silence. Wu Ming glanced at Su Ying, Gu Xiaocheng, and the other trainers and found that they had already processed the herbs and were now in the boiling and crystallizing stage. Their movements were very fast. I'm going to start too. Wu Ming took out his phone and set a 10-minute alarm. Wei chop, grind, and mix well. This process took 8 minutes. Then, under everyone's gazes, Wu Ming picked up the reaction cauldron and deducted 5 evolution points. The medicinal ingredients inside the reaction cauldron began to smoke, melt, and mix into medicinal liquid. Then, they condensed into ruby-like evolution food. There were only 99 of them. It's actually smoking, Wu Ming blinked. Moreover, there were only 99 evolutionary rations. From the looks of it, it was because the quality of these medicinal herbs was not high enough and contained more impurities. I wonder if the quality of this evolutionary food is superior. Wu Ming placed the granules in a wooden box, closed the lid, and looked at the phone beside him. It took a total of 9 minutes and 30 seconds. The speed is not bad. Wu Ming turned off the alarm and looked at Long Qianxian. Elder Long, I'm done. As soon as his voice fell, the entire place was dead silent. Su Ying, Gu Xiaocheng, and the other trainers' hands could not help but tremble. They all looked at Wu Ming and found that he was already sitting in his seat with a wooden box in his hand. It was obvious that he had finished mixing. Do you have to be so fast? Brother Wu, can you give us a way out? Many trainers had long faces. They had just started to boil the medicinal herbs, but in the end, Wu Ming had already finished. How were they supposed to compete? It was like an exam. Not long after it started, they were all writing multiple-choice questions, but Wu Ming, the prodigy, had already finished answering all the questions and handed in his paper. Cough, cough. Long Qianxian stood up and said into the microphone, Everyone else, continue with the competition. We will first appraise Wu Ming's evolutionary food on the spot. Soon, 2 middle-aged appraisers in white coats pushed a 2-meter-long and wide instrument over. Here, Wu Ming handed the wooden box to the appraisers. An appraiser opened the wooden box and revealed the gem-like grade F super beam food. He found that it was crystal clear and pure, much more precious than rubies on the market. What a piece of art! Everyone looked at the big screen and found that each of the evolutionary food looked like a natural sculpture, without any impurities. The appraiser placed one of the particles into the instrument. All kinds of rays were released to analyze it. On the big screen, all kinds of data began to appear. Molecular structure, stable molecular activity, 99%, quality, superior, effect increase, 30%. Energy level, grade F, single dose, 1%. A series of data kept appearing on the screen. It was more detailed and professional than the appraisal in the super affordable mall in Yaotao Ancient Town. Superior quality. The outsiders all stared at the row, and their eyes gradually widened. Yaotao Ancient Town. Haha, it is indeed of superior quality. It seems that Wu Ming is going to get first place again. With him, Garan Castle has a trump card. Elder Su kept laughing. Mayor's mansion. The mayor's hand climbed up the secretary's perky butt and squeezed it hard. His face was full of joy as he blew out a smoke ring. Very good. With Wu Ming, our Garan Castle's chances of winning are much higher. Wonderful. The mayor laughed loudly. Outside the city, Spirit Demon Assassination Guild. The branch president stared at the data on the big screen and blew out a smoke ring. Then, he fiercely put out the cigar. Wu Ming, what a good guy. A deep and dignified voice rang out in the hall, causing all the guild members to tremble in fear. They knew that the branch president was angry. On the hospital bed, F***CK. It's of superior quality again. Lu Gaoan was so angry that his family heirloom was bleeding. He was in so much pain that he quickly covered it with his hands. Quick, prepare for the operation. The doctors rushed over. Animal arena. Suing looked at the appraisal results on the big screen and smiled bitterly. Superior quality again. This monster is really a godlike existence. Gu Shaocheng licked his lips. What a powerful man. I really want to introduce my sister to him. Monster, your sister is probably 300 pounds, right? Suing glanced at Gu Shaocheng and said angrily, my sister has fair skin and long legs. She is also a peak F-level beast tamer. She is much better than you. Gu Shaocheng retorted without holding back. Suing could not be bothered with him and continued to mix the evolutionary food. At this time, the instrument finally gave the final appraisal. A type of superior quality F-level evolutionary food. Usage unknown. The mechanical voice resounded throughout the venue. All the audience stood up and looked at Wu Ming with admiration. A superior quality evolutionary food every 10 minutes. This was a god. Chapter 98. Everyone in the audience was in a heated discussion. There's no need to compete. Wu Ming is definitely the winner. Why not? The second to the 10th place hasn't been decided yet. Do you think Wu Ming can win first place in the national competition? Supreme grade food is rare in the Garan Castle. But in Nanjiang City, where all the elites are gathered, there should be a lot of them. The audience was engaged in a heated discussion. Brother Wu, you're the best. Wan Siyu cheered. Zhang Okeyun covered her face with her hands and whispered, Siyu, can you stop screaming? Wan Siyu was so excited that the camera was pointed at them. Zhang Okeyun didn't want too many people to know that she was sitting there. After all, she was just a small-time actress. What if she was exposed and someone came to ask for her autograph? In the arena, Long Qianxian held the wooden box with the F-grade food in it and asked Wu Ming excitedly, can you tell me the name of this food and what it can do? F-grade food. After eating it, the pet's eyes can be modified and the pet will gain an F-grade talent. The pet can shoot high-energy, high-temperature rays from its eyes, Wu Ming explained. Laser eyes. That's awesome. I want it too. I want to be a Superman. First of all, you have to undergo surgery and become a pet. Once again, the audience was engaged in a heated discussion. Can I get a try? Long Qianxian was interested. Just pick any pet. Wu Ming looked around and saw the flaming sparrow on Su Qianxian's shoulder. How about that? Everyone focused their attention on Su Qianxian. That's Ms. Su from the super affordable shopping center. That's my goddess. I just did 9 surgeries in front of her picture last night. *T, you're so disgusting. The audience was still engaged in a heated discussion. Do you want to test it with my little red? Su Qianxian asked. And come here. Wu Ming shouted. Su Qianxian hurriedly stepped on her high heels, twisting her perfect figure that would make countless men drool. She held the flaming sparrow in her hands and came to the Colosseum. Eat. Wu Ming handed the ruby-like grade F super beam food to the flaming sparrow. The latter sniffed it and immediately gobbled it up. As the evolution food entered its stomach, everyone noticed that the flaming sparrow's body had grown bigger. The feathers on its body were bright red, and its pair of eyes had turned into a pure gold color. Let's test its power. Be careful, don't face the crowd. Wu Ming reminded her gently. Su Qianxian hurriedly ordered the flaming sparrow. The latter flapped its wings and flew into the air. It faced the test dummies in the Colosseum, and its eyes suddenly became dazzling, as if 2 small suns were burning. 1. 2 rays of red and gold light burst out and landed on the test dummies. Even the steel plates on the dummies were burned through. Even if he had replaced it with super alloy steel, his defense was still broken. 2 red dots were shot through, and they were still emitting scorching heat. However, the flaming sparrow had exhausted its strength. It landed on Su Qianxian's shoulder, looking dispirited and listless. It can burn through super alloy steel. What an amazing talent! Everyone exclaimed. Wu Ming brought over a pack of pet food, which was a mixture of common herbs, ferocious beast meat, eggs, and other materials. It couldn't help the pets evolve, but it could fill their stomachs and help them recover. Thank you. Su Chantian took the pet food and went back to her seat. She fed the flaming sparrow while watching the matches in the Colosseum. Thank you, Trainer Wu Ming, for the wonderful demonstration. The Great F Super Beam food he made is of superior quality. It can give pets powerful long-range attacks. Of course, the downside is that it consumes too much physical strength. The overall score is 99 points. Long Qianxian announced the result. She didn't give Wu Ming full marks. That being said, the result of 99 points still caused a sensation. 99 points again. He deserves to be number one. Su Ying heaved a sigh and went back to making the evolution food. The second place is mine. Gu Shaoqing smiled. Compared to Su Ying, he was in a better mood. He was even more determined to introduce his sister to Wu Ming. Wu Ming sat down. Like the other audience members, he was waiting in silence. At 6:30 in the evening, trainers finished making the food one after another. Of course, some people were still working. The worst-case scenario was that they would be forced to start all over again. I'm done. Gu Shaocheng was the second to finish. Me too. Su Ying was not slow. She was only half a minute later than Gu Shaocheng. Then, let's do the appraisal according to the order. Long Qianxian turned to the two professional appraisers. They took Gu Shaoqing's and Su Ying's evolution food and appraised it. Trainer Gu Shaoqing's F-grade evolution food is of high quality. The molecular activity is 90%. Excellent. Trainer Su Ying's F-grade evolution food is of high quality as well. The molecular activity is 89%. Slightly inferior. The appraisers gave the result. Damn! Su Ying punched the table. I'm sorry. My result is better. Gu Shaoqing pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose. Then, they picked pets on the spot and let them test the evolution food. One pet grew a pair of wings on its back and gained the ability to fly. The other pet could summon iron gloves on its claws to enhance its combat ability. Both pets were excellent evolution food. Gu Shaocheng, 85 points. Su Ying, 84. 5 points. Long Qianxian gave a score. Lady Su, I'm slightly better. I can buy you dinner tonight. Gu Shaoqing smiled and sat down next to Wu Ming. No way. Su Ying shrugged. She sat on the other side of Wu Ming, crossed her arms, and watched the competition. The other trainers finished their matches one after another. Wang Dachui, 72 points. Su Shanshan, 75 points. The following trainers did well as well. They all got more than 70 points. However, the rest of the trainers only got more than 60 points. The final result came out at 8:30 in the evening. Wu Ming ranked first with 99 points, without a doubt. Gu Shaoqing was second with 85 points. Su Ying was third with 84. 5 points. The fourth to the 10th place were Su Shanshan, Wang Dachui, and other young trainers. In the ICU, Lu Gaohan had just finished an operation. Looking at the screen showing that Wu Ming had won the first place, Lu Gaohan was so angry that his necklace was bleeding. F*CKU Wu Ming. Well, what should we do? The doctors were helpless. Li Mao, the owner of the Black Coat Security Company, walked into the ward and said coldly, "Don't reattach it. Cut it all off and do a sex change operation." What? Lu Gaohan covered his mouth at once. However, a few burly men came over and held him down. As the anesthetic entered his body, Lu Gaohan watched helplessly as he was pushed into a terrifying ward with endless grievances and anger. Someone came over with a pair of scissors. What the F*CK? Lu Gaohan passed out on the spot. Chapter 99. In the Colosseum, Wu Ming, Gu Shaocheng, Su Ying, and the other genius trainers were standing on the podium. They took the certificate from Long Qianxian and Hu Yuehong and got a bankcard at the same time. This is the 1 million from the mayor's mansion in advance as a reward for your participation in the national competition in Nanjiang City. Long Qianxian said with a smile. There will be a celebratory banquet for trainers at the mayor's mansion at 9 o'clock tonight. Come, everyone, Hu Yuehong added. Okay. Wu Ming and the other trainers all agreed. This banquet was not just about eating and drinking. In their opinion, there must be a follow-up plan involved. They also needed to promote the understanding of the 10 trainers present so that it would be easier for them to cooperate in the future. Wu Ming took the certificate and the bank card and met up with Wan Siyu and the others. He said, I'm going to attend a banquet tonight. You can go back first. Don't worry, Brother Wu. We'll be fine. Wan Siyu nodded to assure him that everything would be fine. Soon, Wu Ming and Huang Samba left the Colosseum. The banquet at the mayor's mansion included 10 trainers and 10 beast tamers. Besides, Long Qianxian, Hu Yuehong, and others would also be there. Of course, the mayor would be there too. Huang Samba watched Zuma Mei drive away. Then he turned his head and asked Wu Ming, Brother Wu, are we going there on foot? Wu Ming, you can take my car. Su Ying was wearing sunglasses. She was driving a sedan car. She stopped in front of them. A sedan with a trident. 2 million. TSK. Miss Su Ying is really generous. Wu Ming teased as he sized up the car. Su Ying curled her pink lips. With Wu Ming's wealth, it's not a problem for him to buy such a sedan car. You just don't want to drive, right? Ha! Wu Ming did not answer. In fact, Su Ying was right. With the amount of money he had, he could buy a similar luxury sedan without any pressure. However, instead of spending money on a car, Wu Ming preferred to get more evolution points so that he could directly tame a flying pet. That would be truly eye-catching and more practical. Boom! The 3-pronged palanquin carried the 3 of them to the backyard of the city lord's mansion. As for the mighty bear, it was running wildly on the road. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, there was a luxurious golden banquet hall. Yo, Huang Samba is here. A young man with long, colorful hair walked over. Behind him stood a humanoid pet in armor. Those who didn't know better would think that this was a warrior from the Middle Ages. Brother Wu, let me introduce you. This guy with rainbow-dyed hair is called Li Ma Huang. He's the strongest among our 10 beast tamers. Huang Samba took the initiative to introduce them to Wu Ming. Brother Wu, nice to meet you. I really hope that in the future, I can buy the freshly made F-grade super light beam food from you. Li Ma Huang immediately shook Wu Ming's hand, appearing to be very enthusiastic. He pointed to the humanoid pet behind him and said, This is my pet, the battle warrior. Nice to meet you. Wu Ming nodded in greeting. At the same time, he activated his insightful eyes and sized up the battle warrior. Type, battle warrior. Rank, F-grade pet, elite. Talents, F-grade fighting skills, F-grade brutal charge, F-grade greatsword, F-grade berserk. This was a powerful pet with 4 F-grade talents. Defense and speed were not its strong points, but it was good at fighting. With the same strength, speed, and tonnage, the battle warrior could easily beat a pet of the same rank. Brother Wu, Mu Wanyan also walked over with the little white fox in her arms. The latter was crying at Wu Ming. Everyone, please take a seat. At this moment, the mayor and the chief secretary walked over. The 2 of them were 1 meter away from each other. They appeared to be very solemn, unlike the flirtatious atmosphere they had in the office. Dozens of people sat around a large round table. There were all kinds of dishes on the table, and the aroma was overwhelming. Wu Ming glanced over and saw the hearts of many ferocious beasts. The meat had been specially steamed and stir-fried. The meat was excellent. It would be very nutritious after eating it. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for passing the audition held by the Garan Castle and successfully obtaining the qualification to go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition. However, the specific date of the national competition has been adjusted. The exact date is not yet certain. Conservatively speaking, it will be at least 1 month later. The mayor raised his glass and announced this to everyone. Hu Yuehong also said, Yes, the national competition this time is very important. Moreover, everyone here basically knows the real purpose of the national competition. If we don't squeeze into the top 100, we will have to move the entire city. The process will be very dangerous. Relocate? Mu Wanyin opened her eyes wide. She was the only one present who did not know the purpose of a national competition. Long Xianxian looked at Mu Wanyin and explained, Mississippi Mu, you may not know this, but the purpose of a national competition is to select the top 100 cities in the future. Only the top 100 cities can avoid relocation. As for the remaining 1,000 cities, they will have to move to the top 100 cities according to the plan. Mu Wanyin's hands trembled. Why do we have to do this? Of course, to form a team to keep warm. Wu Ming happened to be sitting next to Mu Wanyin. He took the initiative to explain, after the selection of the top 100 cities, on average, 10 cities will be merged into one. The population and the number of pets will increase at the same time. At this time, the overall level of the cities will be improved so that they can resist the increasingly powerful beasts. I see. Mu Wanyin was smart. She understood right away. But soon, she realized the problem as well. If the Garan Castle could not squeeze into the top 100 cities, the millions of people in the city would have to relocate. The process would be very dangerous. For the cities that were not in the top 100, this was tantamount to a blow. But she also realized that if they did not form a team and stayed in their own camps, it would be easier for the beasts to attack them one by one. Everyone, don't worry too much. The Garan Castle has genius beast tamers and beast tamers such as H, E, Wu Ming, and Mr. Li Mawang. We will definitely stand out among the 1,000 cities and make it to the top 100. The mayor raised his glass. Let's toast. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses. At the banquet, the 20 beast tamers and beast tamers at the banquet knew each other. Wu Ming, in particular, became the focus of the banquet. Even Li Mahuang, who was temporarily ranked first among the F-grade beast tamers in the Garan Castle, talked to Wu Ming, hoping to get some powerful F-grade evolution food. 11 o'clock at night. The banquet ended. Everyone dispersed. Brother Wu, my place is not far from here. I will walk back with Big Bear. Huang Samba waved goodbye. Okay, I will walk back. Wu Ming nodded. On the road, Wu Ming walked with Little Tyrant. Brother Wu, let's go back together. It's on the way. Mu Wanyin ran over with Little White Fox in her arms. Sure. With a beauty accompanying him, Wu Ming was of course more than happy. After the two left, a few figures immediately followed in the darkness. They were like ghosts, invisible and formless. Chapter 100. Wu Ming and Mu Wanyin had no idea that there were several people following them. The two walked side by side along the road back home. For normal people, the city at night was a dangerous place. However, for two beast tamers, normal dangers were not dangerous at all. Moreover, there were law enforcement officers patrolling the streets. Screech. A car stopped beside the two. The captain of the law enforcement team, Mu Wanru, got out of the car. Behind her were two armed, combative police officers. Sis, why are you here? Mu Wanyin saw Mu Wanru, her eyes filled with joy. I heard that you got into the top 10 of the beast tamers and can go to Nanjiang City to participate in a national competition. I happened to pass by, so I came to congratulate you. Mu Wanru smiled. She looked at Wu Ming, unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. She vaguely remembered that not long ago, Wu Ming was still a poor man who could barely afford to pay the rent of his shop. But now, Wu Ming had become the most popular person in the entire Garan Castle. Wu Ming, Mu Wanru greeted. Captain Mu, good evening. Wu Ming nodded. Shall I send you back? Mu Wanru looked at the two and suggested. At this moment, one of the combative police officers said in a low voice, Captain Mu, you forgot that we have a special mission. Mu Wanru could only helplessly look at Wu Ming and Mu Wanyin apologetically, saying, We have to go on a special mission first. We can't send you back. We're all beast tamers. What else can there be? Wu Ming smiled and pointed at Little Tyrant who was squatting on the ground. Mu Wanru and the Little Tyrant stared at each other in bewilderment. They realized that this seemingly inconspicuous black puppy was actually an F-rank pet. All right then, we'll take our leave. Mu Wanru boarded the car and left with the two police officers. Wu Ming looked at the car leaving and said, It seems that you have a good relationship with your sister. Our relationship has always been good, but my parents' relationship is very bad. I heard that my mother had an affair with the company's vice president and caused my father to go bankrupt. I will never forgive her for that. Mu Wanyin couldn't help but lower her head when it came to sad things. It will all pass. Take it easy. You are an F-grade beast tamer now. When you become an E-grade, D-grade, or C-grade beast tamer, you'll find that you can do whatever you want. Wu Ming patted Mu Wanyin's soft shoulder. Mu Wanyin nodded. The two of them continued walking. Under the night sky, the two of them crossed a bridge and passed by a forest. The lights here were dim and suddenly extinguished. A dangerous aura instantly approached. Danger! Wu Ming's pupils shrank. The danger this time was horrifying. Even the E-grade pet ghost cat didn't notice any clues. Mu Wanyin was surprised. She couldn't help but hug little white fox tightly and subconsciously moved closer to Wu Ming. What's going on? I don't know. Wu Ming's expression turned gloomy. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant transformed into the form of a Cerberus and let out a thunderous roar. Its body ignited with flames, illuminating the surroundings. Ghost Cat didn't make a move. It was Wu Ming's last resort at this stage. It obeyed his orders and stayed in the dark, holding its breath and waiting for an opportunity. Whoosh! A pink wind blew. Wu Ming and Mu Wanyin immediately smelled an unfamiliar fragrance and fell to the ground with a plop. Little White Fox and Little Tyrant roared, but found that their consciousness was gradually fading, and they also fainted on the ground. Whoosh! 3 dark shadows dashed out from the nearby forest and threw them all into gunny sacks. Then, they got into a nearby car and drove to a ruined manor to the northwest of Garan Castle. In the dark, Ghost Cat wasn't knocked out by the drug. It coldly stared at the direction the car was heading and chased after it with graceful steps. Splash! Wu Ming was woken up by a basin of ice water. Mu Wanyin also woke up. She leaned on him and looked around. Woof, woof, woof. Nearby, in a cage made of super alloy steel, the weak and powerless Little Tyrant and Little Baihu were locked up. Don't try to resist, because your pets are under our control. A cloaked man walked out from the darkness and used a voice changer to speak in a deep and hoarse voice. Next to this man stood a pink 3-tailed fox. Wu Ming stared at it and noticed something. Species, seductive fox. Level, classy, experienced. Talents, classy, sleeping mist, classy, shadow, class F speed, class F claws, class F language, class F storm, class F weakening mist. Looking at this experienced classy pet, Wu Ming's heart sank. It turned out that it was this seductive fox that had knocked out him, Mu Wanyin, Little Tyrant, and Little White Fox. Because of the seductive fox's class F weakening mist, Little Tyrant and Little White Fox had temporarily lost a lot of combat power. Who are you? Why did you capture us? Wu Ming looked at the cloaked man. At this time, there were a few cloaked men walking over. He scanned them with his eye of insight and found that other than the first person, the others were not beast tamers. They were just ordinary people. In that case, there was only one danger here. That was Class E Seductive Fox. We are very interested in you, Tamer Wu Ming. The leading Class E Beast Tamer smiled and said, We hope that you can become our slave and serve us willingly from now on. What the hell are you thinking? Wu Ming smiled. At this time, the ghost cat had arrived nearby and used its night vision to scan the dilapidated manor. It found that there was indeed no other danger. Therefore, Wu Ming became bolder. Do you know why we waited for you to wake up before telling you about this? Because we want to plant a poisonous bug in your and Mu Wanyin's brains. And the poisonous bug can control your life and death. Of course, the process of planting the poisonous bug must be carried out when you are awake. Otherwise, how can it have a sufficient deterrent effect? Honorable H. Wu Ming, don't you think so? The E-level beast tamer let out a cold laugh. He walked to Wu Ming's side and opened a special jade box. Under the light, Wu Ming and Mu Wanyin could see that there were 2 colorful poisonous bugs in the wooden box. They were only 3 centimeters long. No, Mu Wanyin was so scared that she hugged Wu Ming tightly, trembling. Little Tyrant and Little White Fox kept roaring and banging against the metal cage, but they found that they could not break it at all. Wu Ming stared at the two poisonous bugs. Type: brain-devouring bug. Level: normal, innate ability. Can enter the brain through the nose and form a cocoon inside. Can live for up to 50 years. If it hears its master's command, it can self-destruct, enough to destroy the brain. Often used to control prisoners. Seeing the information of the brain-devouring bug, Wu Ming suddenly felt a chill. Looks like you were scared. The mysterious E-level beast tamer looked at Mu Wanyin, who was shivering and pale, and then looked at Wu Ming, who was frowning and smiled happily. Chapter 101. Wu Ming didn't say anything. He frowned and pretended to be afraid, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. The ghost cat had already entered the battlefield. He didn't need to worry anymore. Next, as long as he intentionally stalled for time and waited for an opportunity, he would be able to kill the E-grade charm demon fox in one strike and successfully turn the situation around. At this moment, the E-grade beast tamer put on his gloves and held the jade box. He gradually approached the two, letting out a perverted laugh. Tell me, should we start with Wu Ming, or this delicate beauty? The E-grade beast tamer sneered. Why don't you go first? Wu Ming laughed dryly. Then let's start with this lady. The E-grade beast tamer walked towards Mu Wanyin, preparing to take out the poisonous bug. No! Mu Wanyin reached out her hand, wanting to slap the jade box containing the poisonous bug away. Whoosh! The E-grade charm demon fox arrived in an instant, using its claws to hold down Mu Wanyin, preventing her from moving. Wu Ming held her and took a few steps back. Wu Ming, look, Mu Wanyin is a delicate beauty. You don't want her to die, do you? The E-grade beast tamer laughed. Wu Ming frowned, looking very nervous. He continued to secretly contact the ghost cat. Realizing that the other party was already in attack range, he decisively gave the order to attack. Meow! In the dark night, a cat's cry suddenly rang out. Other than Wu Ming, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. They hurriedly looked around, but they couldn't find a cat in the surroundings. Even the E-grade charm demon fox began to look around, and this was the effect the ghost cat wanted. Whoosh! A dark shadow swept past in front of the E-grade charm demon fox, bringing with it a stream of warm liquid. Plop! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the E-grade charm demon fox's head was spat out, rolling on the ground. As for its body, it maintained a standing posture until a few seconds later, it fell to the ground. Rip! The jade box containing the poisonous insects was split open by the cold light, and the poisonous insects inside were also split into two halves, no longer existing. My charming demon fox! The E-level beast tamer screamed at the top of his lungs. That was an experienced E-rank pet that he had worked so hard to cultivate. He had spent a lot of precious herbs and food for evolution. But it was gone just like that. Gotcha! The iron cage that trapped Little Tyrant and Little White Fox was also slashed apart. They rushed out and protected Wu Ming and Mu Wanyin. Whoosh! A few more dark shadows flashed by. Other than the E-grade beast tamers, everyone else was killed. Wu Ming didn't let Ghost Cat hold back. Moreover, there was no need to hold back. Bang! Wu Ming dashed forward like an arrow and kneed the level E beast tamer's stomach in a fit of rage. Wow! The E-grade Beastmaster vomited water from the impact, his hands clutching his stomach as he knelt on the ground. His body was bent into a bow, and he was crying out in pain. Blurg! Mu Wanyin saw that the others had been killed. She vomited on the spot, her face pale. Brother Wu, is this okay? After a long while, Mu Wanyin asked with a bitter face. Her gaze fell on the dead people on the ground. They wanted to put poisonous bugs in our brains. Do you think I will spare them in this cruel world? Wu Ming asked back. He wasn't a saint. When encountering such people, it was necessary to eliminate them completely. Mu Wanyin didn't say anything. She also knew that this world was cruel. After all, she was also a beast tamer. She had learned relevant knowledge and received reminders from her teachers. However, there was a first time for everything. But Mu Wanyan's mental fortitude was stronger. She recovered in a short while and glared at the E-level beast tamer on the ground. Rip! Wu Ming pulled down his mask. It was a man's face. It was slightly pale and unfamiliar. At least, Wu Ming didn't recognize him. "Ah, it's you." Mu Wanyan opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Wu Ming looked at her. "You know this person?" Mu Wanyan nodded. "He is a famous E-level beast tamer in Garan Castle. His name is Wang Xiao. He often attends some activities. On the surface, he has a good image and is very easygoing. But who would have thought that you can't judge a book by its cover?" Wu Ming shrugged. "There are many hypocrites." He grabbed Wang Xiao's collar and lifted him up. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Wang Xiao still felt pain in his stomach. He stretched out his trembling hand and pointed at Wu Ming. I failed. Do whatever you want." Bang! A loud sound was heard. Wu Ming gave Wang Xiao another knee bump. Wah! Wang Xiao fell to the ground and continued to cry out in pain. Wu Ming was not in a hurry. He just stood nearby and waited. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming smiled. "Can you tell me now?" He didn't have the slightest bit of pity for hypocrites who wanted to plant poisonous insects in their brains. Mu Wanyan stood at the side and pursed her lips. She was also very angry with Wang Xiao. Soon, Wang Xiao couldn't take it anymore and told him the truth. Wu Ming, please spare me. I was just obsessed and wanted to make you my personal trainer." Wang Xiao said hesitantly. "Personal trainer? I think you want to enslave me?" Wu Ming shrugged. I didn't." Wang Xiao quibbled. His eyes rolled around. He wanted to save his life first, then find a chance to kill Wu Ming and destroy the evidence. "Whether you did or not, you have to die." Wu Ming waved his hand. The ghost cat in the dark approached silently. With a rip sound, its sharp claws killed Wang Xiao on the spot. Mu Wanyan widened her eyes. She didn't know why Wu Ming killed Wang Xiao without saying anything. Why? Mu Wanyan was very surprised. "Brother Wu, why did you do it yourself instead of handing Wang Xiao over to the law enforcement team? Today's matter can't be told to anyone." Wu Ming shook his head and said in a low voice. Mu Wanyan pursed her lips. After a moment, she nodded. "You go out first. Little tyrant and I will stay here and take care of the scene." Wu Ming said. "Okay." Mu Wanyan hugged the little white fox and left the hall, closing the door behind her. Wu Ming looked at Wang Xiao and the E-rank pet, the charmed fox, on the ground and used the transformation function. Ding! Obtained 256 evolution points. As Wang Xiao and the charmed fox turned into nothingness, Wu Ming heard the system notification and his eyes lit up. More than 200 evolution points could be said to be a very generous harvest. In addition, the weight of the material orb increased by 96 kilograms. Wu Ming had Little Tyrant turn into the Cerberus form and used flames to burn the remaining people to ashes. Then, he walked out of the hall and met up with Mu Wanyan. As for the ghost cat, it remained invisible from the beginning to the end. "Brother Wu, you came out." Mu Wanyan still couldn't calm down her emotions. Seeing Wu Ming come out, she quickly went to greet him. "Let's go back," Wu Ming said. He walked side by side with Mu Wanyan and walked towards Nanwen Street. On the way, the two of them didn't say anything. Thinking about what happened today, Mu Wanyan looked at Wu Ming's cold and handsome face. Her face blushed, and her heart was beating wildly. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Chapter 102. After more than an hour of traveling, Mu Wanyan arrived at the street where her home was located. "Brother Wu, I'm going home now." Mu Wanyan waved her hand. On the eve of her departure, she plucked up her courage and pecked Wu Ming's cheek with her cherry lips. Then, she ran to her home as if she were running away. She didn't know which pet had helped her, but Mu Wanyan knew that it had to be Wu Ming's hidden trump card. Therefore, it was Wu Ming who had saved her. Mu Wanyan gradually fell in love with this handsome man who had helped her many times. She even liked him. On the street, Wu Ming touched his cheek and walked toward Nanwen Street. He heard the sound of high heels approaching him. "What are you doing here again?" Wu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a coquettish woman with green hair standing under the dim street lamp. She was smiling at him playfully. I heard that Wu Ming won first place in the Garan Castle's competition for trainers. That's impressive. I wonder if you can concoct a Class F super beam food for me. LV Luo asked with great interest. You want it? Wu Ming smiled. Of course I want such a powerful food. LV Luo lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. It's a pity that the Class F super beam food is too easy to recognize. When your pet uses this food, it will be the same as telling others that you and I are related, Wu Ming said. I'm not that stupid. When I use the light beam, I definitely won't let anyone alive know. Luluo chuckled as she replied. I don't have enough materials at the moment. Wu Ming shook his head. I do. LV Luo pointed to the off-road motorcycle in the distance. There was a medicine box hanging on it. You know the formula? Wu Ming was surprised. I watched today's pet tamer competition from beginning to end. Moreover, there were some people on the forum who made a list based on the materials you chose during the competition. LV Luo said with a smile. Wu Ming was speechless. It seems that there are indeed many talents on the forum. So, can you make it for me? LV Luo walked up to Wu Ming with her cat-like steps and placed her two soft hands on Wu Ming's shoulders. Her breath smelled like orchids, and she had a seductive smile on her face. Wu Ming remained unmoved. He was restraining himself. He had to admit that LV Luo's figure was really top-notch. Tall and seductive, it was simply the best in the world. However, he didn't want to get too close to the people of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild for the time being, especially not to have that kind of relationship. Boom! LV Luo drove the motorcycle with Wu Ming. In 3 minutes, they arrived at the sparsely populated Nanwen Street. Wu Ming took her into the pet store. You came to see me in public. Aren't you afraid that your guild will find out? Wu Ming was curious. To tell you the truth, our guild has stopped spying on you for the past 2 days. LV Luo revealed an important piece of information. Oh, Wu Ming was even more surprised. Because your performance at the Pet Tamer competition was outstanding. You are bound to become a man of the moment. Also, you're highly sought after by the mayor. Perhaps someone is protecting you in secret. Our guild doesn't have the courage to continue spying on you under such circumstances. LV Luo explained. Hearing this, Wu Ming suddenly understood. He opened a medicine box and found 9 kinds of herbs inside. They were the raw materials for the Class F Super Light Beam food. How much did it cost? Wu Ming asked. At least 3 sets of materials were needed. The price was high. A fat old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle wanted to hit on me. I told him that 3 sets of materials would be enough, LV Luo explained. Wu Ming was stunned. And then? You let that old man get away with it? He sized up LV Luo. This girl was hot and seductive. She was the best in the world. It was a pity that she let that fat old man get away with it. No, I drug him. At this time, he should be hugging a doll and doing that kind of thing. Luluo sat on the sofa and stretched lazily. The arrogance in front of her became even more magnificent. Wu Ming burst out laughing. He didn't know that LV Luo could be so naughty. At the moment, LV Luo crossed her legs, took out a nail clipper, and trimmed her delicate nails. She had a seductive smile on her face the entire time. Do I look good? LV Luo asked. To be honest, your appearance is impeccable. Wu Ming nodded. He had to admit this point. Do you want it? LV Luo's body leaned forward slightly. Her chest almost jumped out. It's my first time. Sorry, I'm fine, Wu Ming retorted calmly. Tisk, LV Luo shrugged. Women will only affect the speed of my evolution food. Wu Ming separated the materials, categorized, and weighed them. Then, he began to cut them up and mix them. His speed was very fast. LV Luo smiled. She felt that Wu Ming was getting more and more interesting. When she was with him, she didn't have the usual coldness of fighting and killing. Instead, she felt more relaxed and happy. Unfortunately, before she got her revenge and took control of the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild, she had no interest in the matters between men and women. She only said that just now because she wanted to test her seduction ability. However, She didn't expect that Wu Ming's willpower would be so strong. He wasn't the kind of man who couldn't move when he saw a woman. At the moment, Wu Ming was still mixing the evolution food. This time, he deliberately slowed down. Because he wasn't in a hurry. 20 minutes later, Wu Ming poured a Class F super light beam food into a wooden box and handed it to LV Luo. This is for you. As for the rest of the materials, consider it my reward. I will give you another reward. LV Luo smiled charmingly. She extended her hand and a snake appeared in her palm. This was her pet, an elite Class F rubber viper. Its natural talent was rubber form. Its body was less than 1 meter, but it could extend to dozens or hundreds of meters. It was tougher than steel wire. Xiaopi, eat it. LV Luo put the rubber viper down. The rubber viper smelled the Class F super light beam food and wolfed it down at once. The rubber viper's body didn't grow bigger after it finished the evolution food. It had reached adulthood. The pets that could grow in size by eating evolutionary food were those pets that had yet to reach adulthood. Once they reached adulthood, their body size would be fixed. Unless the rubber viper could eat the evolution food that could increase its body size would remain the same for the rest of its life. How is it? Wu Ming sat down and drank some hot water. Xiaopi sent me a message. It said that your evolution food is really good. The purity is high and the quality is good. It can make the rubber viper stronger. Thank you, LV Luo said with a smile. So, what about the reward you mentioned? Wu Ming asked with great interest. LV Luo stood up and walked over to Wu Ming slowly. The fragrance that came along with the wind excited Wu Ming. Pop! LV Luo pecked Wu Ming's forehead with her cherry lips. Then, she reached out and hooked Wu Ming's chin. This is the reward I mentioned. LV Luo twisted her slim waist and left the pet store under Wu Ming's gaze. She got on a motorcycle and drove away. I was kissed again. Wu Ming touched his forehead. Then, he noticed that there was an extra bank card on the table. Chapter 103. So, the real reward is here. Wu Ming picked up the bank card and bound it on the spot. He found that there were 1 million pet coins in it. 1 rank F food for evolution cost 1 million. He had to admit that LV Luo was rich. An invisible rich woman. Wu Ming exclaimed. He began to pack his things, took a shower, and lay down comfortably. Early the next morning, when Wu Ming woke up, he realized that Wan Siyu and Huang Samba were not at work yet. He went to a nearby snack bar to buy breakfast. After he was full, he began to work. Last night, LV Luo left 3 sets of materials for the rank F light beam. He used 1 set, and there were 2 sets left. The ghost cat is already at rank E, and it has 5 rank F talents. It can no longer be eaten. So, I'll give this evolution food to Little Tyrant. Little Tyrant had 4 rank E flames, rank F defense, rank F speed, and rank F self-healing. Since rank E flames came with its own talent, and it had reached rank E, Little Tyrant could eat 2 more rank F food. Then, it would be able to reach the peak of rank F. In less than 10 minutes, Wu Ming concocted an F-class super energy beam food, placed it in the dog bowl, and fed it to the Little Tyrant. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant was happy. After eating the entire basin of evolutionary food, its body grew even bigger. Although it still looked like a puppy, its body was sturdy, especially its pair of eyes, which were bright and full of vigor. Little Tyrant, test your talent. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant understood immediately. It stood up on the table and shot 2 beams of blazing energy at a superalloy steel plate. Rip! 2 small spots appeared on the steel plate. Since Little Tyrant's energy beams were shot instantly and then extinguished, it did not consume too much energy. Not bad. From now on, you only need to shoot energy beams for 1 second each time. That will save a lot of energy. Wu Ming smiled and patted the dog's head. With Little Tyrant's current tier, if he were to use the energy beam at full power, he would only be able to shoot for about 10 seconds before he would be exhausted. However, the damage caused was also terrifying. Not even a pet with an F-rank defense could withstand such a horrifying energy beam. Creak! The sound of brakes came from outside the door. Huang Samba, Zuma Mei, and Mighty Bear came to work. 10 minutes later, Wan Siyu was sitting in Zhang Yin's super sports car, and she was also parked in front of the pet store. "Ms. Zhang, why are you here again?" Wu Ming asked. "Am I the god of plague?" Zhang Okiyun sat down on the sofa, picked up the glass of water on the table, and drank it. Wu Ming really wanted to say that he had just drunk it. Moreover, similar things seemed to have happened more than once. With that in mind, Wu Ming didn't bother to remind her. Huang Samba looked at Wu Ming and asked, "Right, we still have about a month to go before we head to Nanjiang City for the national competition. What should we do next?" At this stage, we should work hard to improve ourselves. Those who can participate in the national competition are not ordinary people. Being arrogant and complacent is not good. Besides, the age limit is set to 30 years old and below, but there will definitely be E-rank and D-rank beast tamers, Wu Ming said solemnly. "No way. Even E-rank and D-rank beast tamers? This is a pet and pet training competition for those under 30 years old." Huang Samba was shocked. "That can't be, can it?" Zuma Mei and Wan Siyu found it hard to believe as well. "Why not?" Zhang Okiyun took out a nail clipper and trimmed her nails. "There are many rich people in this world. Some young beast tamers were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. As long as they have enough money, not to mention D-rank beast tamers, even C-rank beast tamers are possible." "Yes, that's the theory." Wu Ming nodded. Some cities had developed economies. Although they weren't as developed as Nanjiang City and the other 3 major cities, their economies were huge. The financial groups, they were very powerful. They could select a few very talented beast tamers and buy them pets with high potential, as well as high-quality evolution food. It wouldn't be difficult for them to raise their pets all the way to D or C grade. Then, doesn't that mean that our Garan castle has no hope? Huang Samba's eyes were filled with worry. "Why are you panicking? Our goal isn't first place, but the top 100. As long as you can reach E rank as soon as possible, it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the top 100. Wu Ming looked at his watch. It was 8:30 in the morning. It was still early. The national competition wasn't about individual ability, but team ability. Therefore, as long as they were strong enough and worked well together, there was still hope for them to enter the top 100. Of course, if they failed, they would have to be prepared to move to another city. They might encounter danger along the way. Even if they moved to another city, they would be relegated to the sidelines and wouldn't be valued. Therefore, Wu Ming didn't want to move. That would be troublesome and dangerous. He decided to do everything he could to make Garan Castle enter the top 100 and become one of the top 100 cities. "Right, I still have some F-rank Super Beam food. Huang Samba, see if the Mighty Bear needs it." Wu Ming opened the medicine box and revealed the last set of herbs. "Yes." Huang Samba nodded quickly. "Of course, I want the food that Brother Wu made." Big Bear said that it also wants this kind of long-range attack to fill its gap. At the current stage, the Mighty Bear had 4 major talents: F-rank strength suppression, F-rank defense, F-rank speed, and F-rank self-healing. With another F-rank super beam for long-range attacks, the Mighty Bear could become a peak F-rank pet. Then, as long as it could obtain E-rank super beam food, it could become an E-rank pet. Thinking of this, Huang Samba was excited. A few months ago, he would never have believed that he could reach this step. Besides, most F-rank beast tamers with no background would stop at the F-rank, because resources were the biggest obstacle for them. Without connections and without enough pet coins to buy the food, they could only go out of the city to hunt beasts. One careless mistake, and they would lose their lives. Therefore, many people began to slack off after becoming official F-rank beast tamers, relying on the allowance from the mayor's office to muddle through. In the past, Huang Samba also wanted to muddle through the rest of his life like this. However, ever since he met Wu Ming, he realized that his life had changed greatly. It was as if he had ascended from the flat ground to the vast sky. He could see higher and farther. "Okay, I'll make the food for you." "Oh, right, you owe me another 200,000 pet coins," Wu Ming teased. He set the price of the F-rank super beam at 200,000. As long as I'm alive, I will work for Brother Wu to pay off my debt. Huang Samba scratched his head. Ha ha. The people around him laughed. Wu Ming stopped laughing. He asked Wan Siyu to help him and began to make the last F-rank super beam food. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming finished making the food. Attention, citizens! Attention, citizens! Serene Guardian Dragon Elephant is warning. An unknown beast tide is charging toward Garan Castle in the distance. Please take shelter. At this moment, from the loudspeakers all over Garan Castle, a frightening broadcast suddenly came. Chapter 104. Beasts are attacking the city. The people in the pet store were shocked to hear the news. Astonishment was written all over their faces. Garan Castle had several Class C guardian beasts. Under normal circumstances, unless the attacking dire beasts also had a C-class dire beast, they would not dare to come to Jialan City for a head-on clash. But today, a group of beasts was attacking the city. Everyone was well aware of what this meant. Is there a Class C guardian beast? Wu Ming turned on the TV and saw someone standing in the Ultra Beast Center Tower on Jialan TV. They were shooting the scene in the distance with a super high-definition camera. A dozen kilometers away, there was a thick cloud of dust coming. Leading the pack was a large group of unicorn rhinos, followed by some mammoth bears. All of them were Class E guardian beasts. They were large in size, strong in strength, and strong in defense. Behind them were a large number of Class F and unranked beasts. They formed a horrifying army with tens of thousands of beasts, closing in step by step. However, no Class D or Class C guardian beasts had appeared yet. That being said, since they dared to come, there must be some powerful beast behind them. Hurry up. Eat the Class F super beam food first. Let the mighty bear reach the peak of Class F. Wu Ming handed the food to Huang Samba at once. The latter realized the seriousness of the matter and did as he was told. As the mighty bear ate the Class F super beam food, its fur didn't change much. However, its eyes were glowing red as if they had turned into lasers. Roar! The mighty bear roared so loudly that the glass almost cracked. At the moment, the mighty bear had 5 Class F talents. Apart from the Class F strength suppression, the rest were of the superior grade. The mighty bear was truly standing at the peak of Class F pets. So powerful. Zhang Okyun was envious. Wu Ming, when I get the materials next time, I will feed my water spirit with a Class F super beam food to improve its combat ability. Let's survive this attack first. Wu Ming looked at the TV with a frown. In the picture, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were still running wildly. At this speed, it wouldn't take long for them to crash into the walls of Garan Castle. However, the walls of Garan Castle were specially reinforced with reinforced concrete and steel plates. It was very difficult to break through. However, these ferocious beasts were very ferocious. There would definitely be ferocious beasts charging up the city walls and killing their way into the city. In the face of dire beasts, ordinary people had no power to resist. Don't worry. The mayor's office will definitely do something because we still have weapons to defend the city. Zhang Okyun knew a lot of secrets. She clenched her fists and looked serious. On the screen, dozens of black metal cannons extended out from the city wall and fired a lot of cannonballs. There were no nuclear weapons in the world of pets. However, there were ordinary bombs here, the most powerful of which could even kill a D-class dire beast. However, after reaching C rank, one's reaction speed and self-defense had improved by leaps and bounds. Dodging or resisting the bombardment of those bombs was no problem at all. Rumble! Hundreds of cannonballs were fired, and the ground was blasted into billowing clouds of dust. The heat wave was scorching, and sand and gravel flew everywhere. Many dire beasts were shaken to death or blasted to death. However, more dire beasts were coming from the distance. They split into 2 groups 3 kilometers away from the city wall, one on the left and the other on the right. They formed a circle around the Garan Castle. We are surrounded by dire beasts. If we can't get out of the city, we'll be trapped to death. The citizens were horrified to see what was happening on the TV. Everyone, Since the beginning of the development of the Garan Castle, we have carried out many projects to expand our water and food resources. The underground wells in the city have abundant water resources. Unless there's a once-in-a-century drought, we will be able to survive. Also, our soilless cultivation technology is very advanced. We have enough vegetables and food in the city. Therefore, don't worry, I will be with you. The mayor's powerful voice came from the broadcast. The citizens breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they had enough food and water, they would be fine even if they were trapped in the city for the rest of their lives. After all, in this world, most people had never left the city in their entire lives. The mayor's really something. He has calmed the people down so quickly, Huang Samba whispered. The mayor is quite capable, Zhang Okyun said. Roar! At this moment, dozens of flying pets roared in the sky. Some of them were at the F level, while others were at the E level. All of them flew to the sky above the city gate and hovered hundreds of meters above, coldly looking down at the dire beast below. All beast tamers, attention! Please try to form groups of 3 and patrol the city with your pets. If you see any dire beasts sneaking into the city, kill them without mercy. The mayor's voice came from the broadcast again. Brother Wu, should I go? Huang Samba looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at Zhang Okyun next to him, then at Huang Samba, and pointed to himself. We have 3 beast tamers here. We can form a group. Then what should we do next? Huang Samba asked. Wu Ming looked at the TV and saw that more and more dire beasts had surrounded the Garan Castle. Some of them were attacking. Some of them jumped onto the city wall and broke the cannons. Some dire beasts even entered the city. Fortunately, many beast tamers arrived with their pets to fight against the dire beasts. Everyone else is fighting. We can't just stay out of this. Let's go out and kill as many dire beasts as we can. Wu Ming stood up and walked out of the pet store. He also wanted to stay here, but no egg can stay intact when a nest is overturned. If the Garan Castle was breached, he would not be able to escape with his current ability. Damn, what are you afraid of? Let's go out. Zhang Okyun stretched out her hand. Her pet, the water spirit, turned into a water-like membrane and wrapped her up. She was also holding a translucent long sword in her hands. At the moment, the water spirit had its own A-level talent, infinite transformation. Also, it had gained 3 talents, namely F-level defense, F-level self-healing, and F-level speed, by relying on the evolutionary food that Wu Ming had sold. Although it did not have an offensive talent like the F-level sharp claws, the water spirit's defense had reached the F-level. After using the A-level infinite transformation, its body could turn into hard swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Its lethality was also strong. At the very least, it could deal with average F-level dire beasts. Wu Ming also wanted to practice at the last minute. For example, he wanted to make some powerful offensive evolutionary food. Unfortunately, he did not have enough materials at the moment. I think I have to buy more materials in the future in case I need them, Wu Ming said to himself. Then, he led the group out. Brother Wu, Mei Mei and I are not beast tamers, and we don't have pets. Will we be a burden to you? Once he was worried. Wu Ming's eyes glowed when he heard that. In the pet store, there were many pet eggs for purchase and incubation. Although there were no extra evolutionary food to make them stronger, it was better than nothing. Wait for me. With that said, Wu Ming ran back to the pet store. Chapter 105. Wu Ming went back to his room on the 2nd floor. Using the wall as a shield, he hurried to the pet store to buy 2 eggs with potential of rank F. He spent 80 evolution points in total. Then, he ran back to the 1st floor. I remember now. There are 2 more pet eggs upstairs. Sue, Mei Mei, this is an emergency. See if you can sign a contract with the pet eggs and become beast tamers. Wu Ming handed over the pet eggs. Once Siyu and Zuma Mei were on his side. Besides, the city was under attack by beasts. Having 2 more unrated beast tamers would be an additional force. They hurried over and saw a golden star on the surface of the pet egg. That was the symbol of an rank F. It's really a pet egg, and it's a graded one. It has the potential to grow to rank F. Once Siyu and Zuma may open their eyes wide. Pet eggs could be categorized into ungraded and graded ones. Even if the pets hatched from the eggs had reached adulthood, they wouldn't be able to advance to the F rank if they didn't have F rank evolutionary food. As for graded pet eggs, if they were of rank F, they would reach rank F when they reached adulthood. If they were of rank A, they would reach rank A when they reached adulthood. Ungraded pet eggs would generally be sold for less than 10,000 coins. Even a working class could afford them. But if they were graded, even if they were of rank F, they would be sold for hundreds of thousands of coins. Zuma May and Wan Siyu hesitated as they stared at the valuable pet eggs. Brother Wu, isn't this too expensive? Zuma May was afraid to take the eggs. Those were treasures worth hundreds of thousands of coins. I told you, this is an emergency. Also, I don't like people who dilly-dally, Wu Ming said seriously. They were at a critical juncture. People who dilly-dally would only drag them down. Okay, I will pay you back when I earn some money. Zuma May took a deep breath and took one of the eggs. Thank you, Brother Wu. I will work hard to pay you back. With that said, Wan Siyu bit her lip and took the second pet egg. I'll take your blood. Zhang Oqian held a translucent long sword that was transformed from part of Shui Ling's body and cut open Wan Siyu's and Zuma May's right index fingers. Drip! The crimson blood dripped onto the pet eggs, making them glow and heat up. It was as if a life was awakening inside. Gotcha! The eggshell cracked. The first to come out was a blue flying pterosaur. It was covered in mucus and fluffy. As soon as it came out, it let out a gagaga sound. Then it ate the entire eggshell and its body grew bigger. That was Wan Siyu's pet, a flying pterosaur with potential of rank F. It is in its infancy stage. Its wingspan is 30 centimeters and it can fly at a speed of 18 meters per second. Its talent is rank F scream. Wu Ming listed the attributes of the flying pterosaur. Gagaga. The flying pterosaur flapped its light blue wings and flew around Wan Siyu happily. Gotcha! Zuma May's pet egg cracked open as well. A fluffy little thing poked its head out and sneaked a look at the outside world. After a while, it began to eat the eggshell. Only then did everyone see the appearance of this pet. It was a unicorn. Its entire body was milky white, and there was a small silver horn on its forehead. It also had a pair of colorful eyes. At the moment, the unicorn was only 20 centimeters long, about the size of a puppy. There was a big difference between it and an adult unicorn. Joy, joy. The unicorn stood on Zuma May's hand and howled into the sky. This is a unicorn with potential of rank F. It is also in its infancy stage. Its body length is 20 centimeters and its height is 15 centimeters. Its current speed is 18 meters per second and its talent is rank F horn. Wu Ming went on with his explanation. The unicorn's combat style was simple. It would dash out as fast as it could and stab its opponent with its steel-like horn. From now on, I will call you Xiao Long. Wan Siyu named the blue flying pterosaur. Ponies. Zuma May named the unicorn and put it on the ground, letting it run around. Xiao Long and ponies are still in their infancy stage. Their combat strength and defense abilities are weak. Don't charge at the front. There are bodyguards. Wu Ming explained his combat plan. Okay. Everyone nodded. Soon, they walked toward the nearby city wall. As for why they didn't drive, in case a beast rushed over, it would be difficult to defend against it if they hid in the car. Especially at this stage of street fighting, it was not a wise choice to take a car. Look, it's a team of beast tamers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pets in total. This team is so strong. We are safe here. That's Wu Ming and Huang Samba. What it's them? Thank God. As Wu Ming and his team walked down a street, the ordinary citizens hiding in their homes opened their windows and poked their heads out. They were overjoyed to see Wu Ming and his team. At this stage, Wu Ming and Huang Samba were famous people in Garan Castle. Almost everyone knew about them. Everyone, don't open your windows or doors. Try to hide in your homes, Wu Ming shouted. Okay. Some children closed their doors and windows at once, but they still peeked through the cracks. Some ignorant teenagers even imprinted Wu Ming's back in their minds and regarded him as their role model. At this moment, Wu Ming realized something. We left in such a hurry that we didn't put on our combat suits. Last time, when they went to the Heavenly Abyss Canyon, they wore combat suits made from the skin of an F-rank pet. Although the combat suits were cumbersome, they were strong in defense. As long as they didn't run into any ranked beasts, they could stay alive. They could even fend off ordinary swords and knives. I have combat suits at home. Unfortunately, it's too far away from here. Zhang Okeiyun frowned. You're okay. You have the water spirit to protect you. Wu Ming darted a glance at Zhang Okeiyun. The latter used the water spirit to protect herself. It was much safer than wearing a combat suit. Without an E-rank attack, no one could hurt her. I think I have to buy some combat suits, Wu Ming mumbled as they walked. A set of F-rank combat suits cost around 300,000. They could be found in the super affordable store, but it was too far away. Roar! At this moment, more than a dozen beasts jumped onto the roofs and let out deafening roars at Wu Ming and the others. It was a group of colorful tigers. The tiger in the lead weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. It was a real super tiger. The four of them were strong and well-developed. Although they were just average F-rank beasts and only had one F-rank innate talent, iron claws, they were powerful enough. In a street where there were no beast tamers, they could kill indiscriminately. Behind this F-class tiger, there were 10 ordinary dire beasts and ferocious tigers. They all weighed about 500 kilograms, and their combat strength was far superior to that of ordinary tigers. With the arrival of this group of ferocious tigers, the people in this block all screamed in fear. Get ready for battle, Wu Ming shouted. Chapter 106. The other party had 11 ferocious tigers. Even though the strongest was only at the F rank, Wu Ming could not afford to be careless. The 5 of them were made of flesh and blood. They did not have any F-rank defensive abilities. They would die on the spot if they were touched by the tigers. Underestimating the enemy would only lead to unexpected failure. I will be in the front. Huang Samba stood in the front with the mighty bear next to him. The mighty bear held its head high and stared at the tigers coldly. After Huang Samba signed the contract with the mighty bear, he shared 1/40th of the latter's strength. He could fight well. At the very least, he could fight against the average beasts. I will protect the back. Zhang Okeiyun stood at the back. She had merged with the water spirit. Her defense, speed, strength, and combat ability had all been improved. She had also learned combat skills. She was like a super humanoid fighter. If they were to really go all out, a single person would be able to wipe out an ordinary dire beast that was below an F-class dire beast. Mei Mei, see you, and I will be in the middle. Little Tyrant, Xiao Long, and Ponies, you 3 will be in charge of protecting us, Wu Ming said. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant instantly entered the battle mode of the Cerberus. Flames were burning on its body. Its dog eyes were glaring, protecting Wu Ming and the others at all times. Roar! The F-rank tiger stood on the roof and roared at Wu Ming and the others. It could tell that the mighty bear, Little Tyrant, and the water spirit were not to be trifled with. However, it was not alone. It had a group of tigers under its command. It was not afraid of the enemies. For an F-rank ferocious tiger, F-rank pets, such as the Little Tyrant, were precious energy for it to evolve. Roar, roar, roar. The other tigers roared as well. They jumped to the roofs of nearby buildings and looked down, surrounding Wu Ming and the others. Roar! The F-class feral tiger let out a low roar that sounded like thunder. It was the signal to attack. The people in this block saw the fierce tiger beast attacking Wu Ming's group, and all of them screamed. If Wu Ming and the others couldn't resist, this block would also be slaughtered by all the tigers and berserk beasts. No one knew how these ferocious tigers and fierce beasts had climbed over the towering city walls, but they knew that these ferocious tigers and fierce beasts were enemies. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 10 ferocious tigers were very smart. They formed groups of 2 and pounced at the 5 beastmasters present. Get out of my way. Huang Samba leaped and nimbly dodged the attack of a ferocious tiger. The next moment, he punched the tiger's head, causing it to cry out in pain. Bang! The mighty bear reacted quickly and slapped the head of the second ferocious tiger, killing it on the spot. Zhang Okeyun used her martial arts, holding the water spirit sword with both hands, and chopped at the neck of a ferocious tiger beast. Although it cut through, it was stuck by the muscles and bones. She was still too weak. If she had Huang Samba's strength, she would have been able to cut off the tiger's head. Even so, this ferocious tiger was severely injured. As for the other beasts, when they saw the little tyrant that could breathe fire, they all retreated and didn't dare to get close. That was a flame with the potential of your rank. Once these unranked beasts were burned, they would die in an instant. Roar! The F-rank ferocious tiger beast flew into a rage when it realized that one of its team members had died and two were injured. It pounced to Huang Samba. Roar! The mighty bear leaped forward and smashed the cement floor with its paw. As for the F-rank ferocious tiger beast, it relied on its nimble body to dodge. It went behind the mighty bear and pounced a Huang Samba. When a beast tamer was killed, the pet's soul would be damaged. For the F-rank ferocious tiger beast, this was an opportunity. Huang Samba used the material orb. Wu Ming threw a black orb the size of an egg to Huang Samba. The latter caught the material orb and smashed it as hard as he could. The material orb increased from 0.45 kilograms to 450 kilograms in an instant. Its power sword. Crack! The material orb smashed into the head of the F-rank ferocious tiger beast. Even its steel-like skull was smashed. The mighty bear turned around at once and smashed the head of the F-rank ferocious tiger with its paw. Roar! The other ferocious tiger beasts were scared out of their wits. Go after them. Leave no one alive. Wu Ming ordered. He couldn't let the tiger go back to the mountain. The mighty bear and the little tyrant exerted their F-rank speed and went after the ferocious tiger beasts. Given their strength, when dealing with unranked ferocious beasts, they could kill them indiscriminately. In less than 3 minutes, the entire team of ferocious tiger beasts was killed. The citizens in this area took out their phones or cameras to record the whole process and posted it on the forum. Instantly, it caused a sensation. Huang Samba picked up the material orb and the beast core of the F-rank ferocious tiger beast and handed them to Wu Ming. Brother Wu, what should we do next? We don't have time to deal with these ferocious beast corpses. We have to rush to other places to reinforce. Wu Ming put away the beast core and the material orb. He looked at the ferocious tiger corpses on the ground with pity. We'll deal with them when we get back. Okay. Huang Samba nodded. Wu Ming took out a super alloy steel dagger that he had bought with 50,000 pet coins to protect himself. He continued to lead the team of 5 to a place closer to the city wall. Thank you, Trainer Wu Ming. Thank you, big brother. As the team of 5 left, the area burst into applause and cheers, as if they were sending off a team of heroes. On the way, Wan Siyu and Zuma Mei looked at each other. It seemed that the two of them weren't of much help. They felt a bit embarrassed. Wu Ming saw through Wan Siyu's thoughts and reminded her in a low voice, "Don't worry about anything. This is your first day as beast tamers. Besides, ponies and Xiaolong are too weak to fight. They can only fight against beasts of no rank. They still need to improve." Okay, Wan Siyu nodded. Right then, a familiar and gentle voice came from the distance. "Brother Wu, I'm here." The team of 5 looked over and saw Mu Wanyin running over with the little white fox in her arms. "Aren't you going to stay in the Huayuan community to protect the citizens there? Also, now that you're out, what about Uncle Mu?" Wu Ming looked at Mu Wanyin, who was nearby, and asked curiously. "Our Huayuan community is old, but we have a wartime air raid shelter. The citizens nearby have all gone to hide there. We're safe for the time being," Mu Wanyin explained. "Okay then, if you don't have a team, join us. There's strength in numbers," Wu Ming said with a smile. "I was just about to go to Nanwen Street to look for you. I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence." Mu Wanyin smiled. Her eyes curved into crescents, making her look even more beautiful. Vixen, Jang Okyun pouted. Mu Wanyan's expression changed slightly. She pressed her lips together and lowered her head, unwilling to argue with Jang Okyun. Ahem, Miss Zhang, you're talking about the little white fox. After all, it's an F-rank pet. It's okay to call it a vixen. Wu Ming hurried to smooth things over. Then, he slapped Jang Okyun's, but as a warning. Wu Ming, you pervert. Jang Okyun glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Stop arguing. We still have to deal with the beasts. The team must stay together. Zuma may step forward to be fair. That's right. At this time, not being united is equivalent to courting death. Okay, let's continue to hunt down the beasts that have sneaked into the city, Wu Ming said in a deep voice, holding the super alloy dagger. As the soul of the team, his words instantly silenced everyone in the team. Soon, the team of 6 resumed their journey. Chapter 107. On the way, Mu Wanyan stared at the white unicorn and the blue-winged dragon in surprise. Are these your pets? Yes. Wan Siyu and Jang Okyun answered in unison. They are so beautiful, Mu Wanyan praised. Hey, you too. The group laughed, and the atmosphere became less tense. Boom. From time to time, they would hear the deafening sound of bombs exploding outside the city. Even the windows in the nearby streets were shaking as if they were about to explode. It's already so dangerous inside the city, let alone outside the city. Without strength above the E or D rank, we will be cannon fodder. Jang Okyun looked more and more worried. Don't go out of the city at this stage, Wu Ming said. There were too many beasts outside the city. They would be courting death if they went out. Not to mention the E and D ranks. Even the C-rank pets would be exhausted if they went out, alone and without help. At that time, once they were besieged by a group of C-class dire beasts, even as strong as they would still die. Wait a minute. Do we have a plan? Mu Wanyan suddenly stopped and looked at Wu Ming. Kill every beast we see, Wu Ming said. This was his battle plan. What else could they do? I don't know what to say. Jang Okyun rolled her eyes. If we run into an E-rank pet, we won't be able to defeat it. Besides, we don't have combat suits. The chances of us dying are high. Combat suits could protect them from many kinds of injuries. Of course, if they were to face an E-rank beast alone, they would be shocked to death, even if their combat suits could not break through the defense of the beast. Don't panic. I don't think E-rank beasts can get in. Wu Ming looked at the city wall and the sky in the distance. Of course, flying beasts are excluded. He looked at the C-rank dragon elephant standing at the top of the Ultra Beast Center Tower. He believed that flying beasts would not be able to get in with the dragon elephant there. Even if they could, they would be torn apart. Roar! In the distance, another ferocious beast's roar could be heard. This was an F-rank berserk lion. It was about 2 meters tall and weighed a ton. It gave off a feeling of boundless strength. Around it was a group of adult lions. Lions are not good at jumping. How would they get into the city? Huang Samba was very depressed. As long as the city walls were not breached, it was reasonable to say that only those ferocious beasts that were good at jumping would be able to slip through the net and successfully break into the city. But now, even the berserk lion had entered. Could it be that the city walls had been breached? Thinking of this, Huang Samba's face was full of worry. Don't worry about that for now. Let's kill these ferocious beasts so that they won't continue to cause trouble, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. With a sweep of his gaze, he discovered that the claws and mouths of these ferocious lions were stained with mud and blood. Clearly, they had killed many living beings. As for whether he had killed a person or a pet, there was no telling. Roar! The mighty bear went up against the F-rank berserk lion. With a leap, it pounced over. The berserk lion immediately stood up and bit the mighty bear. However, in the face of the F-rank mighty bear's defense, the F-rank berserk lion's bite was futile. Crack! The mighty bear swung its heavy bear paw and hit the head of the F-rank berserk lion a few times, killing it. Roar! The rest of the berserk lions fled in all directions. Mu Wanyan quickly released the little white fox and rushed forward together with Little Tyrant. Buzz. Little Tyrant suddenly used his F-rank super light beam talent. Two blazing beams of light shot out from his eyes. Like red-hot steel blades, he cut off the head of a berserk lion. Then, he pounced and killed the second berserk lion with his claws. The little white fox did not fall behind. Its snow-white fox claws waved with all its might and cut off the neck of a berserk lion. Not long after, the group of berserk lions were all dead. Done. Mu Wanyin clapped her little hands. After the experience of being kidnapped with Wu Ming that night, her battle instincts were slowly awakening. Now, she was starting to get used to it. Even if she saw these bloody scenes, she would not vomit. TSK, I didn't even have a chance to fight. Zhang Okyun hugged her arms and pouted. All right, let's continue. Wu Ming picked up the inner core of the F-rank berserk lion and some other useful materials and quickly continued on their way. Thank you, Trainer Wu Ming. Thank you, brave warriors. The citizens in the nearby streets had witnessed the entire process of the six-man battle team defeating the group of berserk lions. They were all cheering for them. Soon, a new post appeared on the forum. All the citizens who were hiding at home could only watch the television to understand the situation in the city. There were also some who browsed the forum. Look, Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Mu Wanyin have formed a six-man battle team. They are hunting down the lone berserk beasts in the city. They're too brave. I love Trainer Wu Ming. On the forum, there was an explosion of messages. At the same time, Wu Ming's team had arrived at a place 1 kilometer away from the city wall. And here, there was a park. On the ground, there were many bloodstains and the footprints of berserk beasts. Roar! In the park, a humanoid titan suddenly charged out. It was 3 meters tall and weighed 2 tons. It had a strong body and gave off a feeling of endless strength. It's an F-rank berserk giant ape. Wu Ming used the Eye of Insight to read its information and quickly warned, it has the suppression of an F-rank strength. Its strength is similar to the mighty bear, around 10 tons. Be careful. Big Bear, it's up to you. Huang Samba quickly ordered. The mighty bear roared and pounced towards the F-rank berserk giant ape. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant also entered his Cerberus battle form and attacked from both sides with the little white fox. Roar! The F-rank berserk giant ape realized the danger and quickly turned around to escape. Buzz! Little Tyrant immediately used his super light beam. In his Cerberus form, all 6 of his eyes emitted blazing light beams at the same time and broke the legs of the F-rank berserk giant ape. Roar! The F-rank berserk giant ape screamed. It tried to crawl away, but was engulfed by the pink bubbles of little white fox and entered a weakened state. Following that, the mighty bear arrived. The result was as expected. The F-rank berserk giant ape was slapped to death. This was the 3rd F-rank berserk beast that the combat team had killed. It was a fruitful harvest. However, everyone was unable to calm down. That was because they found a hole in the rockery in the center of the park that led to the outside world. Those berserk beasts had charged in from here. We have to destroy this place. Zhang Okyun realized the seriousness of the problem. It's not that simple. Wu Ming shook his head. Just blocking the exit doesn't have much meaning because the berserk beasts can dig their way out halfway. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. They looked at the city wall. This place was about 1 kilometer away from the city wall. In this underground passage, berserk beasts could dig their way out at any time. Just blocking the exit was indeed meaningless. Then what should we do? Zuma, May was worried. She was afraid that in the next moment, a terrifying berserk beast would appear. Chapter 108. 2 Ways. Wu Ming extended 2 fingers. The members of the combat team looked over at once. First, we'll continue to wait here. Whenever one comes, we'll kill it. The second way is to enter the underground tunnel and kill our way through. We will block the tunnel under the city wall. Wu Ming listed 2 ways in a row. But no matter what it was very dangerous. Let's go get the combat suits, and then use the second way to solve the problem once and for all. Zhang Okyun made a bold decision. She had decided to go underground. If we have the combat suits, we can go underground. But we are too far away from the combat suits. By the time we go back and forth, there will be many beasts gathered here. By then, we won't be able to stop them." Wu Ming frowned. All of a sudden, he realized something. He reached out his hand and took out the 450-kilogram material ball. Because of the material ball's special feature, it could change its mass and thus the gravity. Therefore, Wu Ming could easily pick it up and weigh it in his hand. "What is this?" Apart from 3 tyrants Huang, the others were very curious when they saw the material spiritual ball appear out of thin air. A powerful extraterrestrial material. Wu Ming chose to explain it this way. After all, there are all kinds of strange beasts in the world of pets. It wouldn't be too much for him to take out an extraterrestrial material. "I remember that the material ball is very lethal. I think it can increase its weight when we throw it out." Huang Samba stroked his chin and speculated. Wu Ming agreed. "Yes, this extraterrestrial material is special. It has many special functions that I don't even know about. It is very hard and can be used to make armor. A black iron ball can be made into a suit of armor. I think it can be used to make iron scale armor." Zhang Okyun rolled her eyes. "The material spirit ball has another function, that is, it can change shape." Wu Ming's words shocked the surrounding people. "Is it a material that can affect one's consciousness?" Zhang Okyun speculated. "Well, almost." Wu Ming nodded. The system introduced the material orb as follows. The matter orb was a type of sphere that compressed matter and stored it in the system space. It had an extremely high density, and its atomic state was very stable. It was a very strong and special material. Wu Ming didn't know how strong this material was. However, since it was able to smash through the leather armor of an E-class beast, its defense must have reached E-class or even higher. Watch carefully. Wu Ming held the material spirit ball and controlled it with his mind. It felt like an extension of his arm. He could make the material spirit ball start to expand. Then, like a piece of quicksand, it flowed along his arm and gradually covered his whole body. Soon, Wu Ming seemed to be wearing a set of black armor. It was very three-dimensional, and it was very convenient for him to walk. "Attack me," Wu Ming said. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant bumped into Wu Ming's body, causing him to fly more than 10 meters high. He then fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Wu Ming moved his mind, and the black material covering his face separated, revealing his entire face. He rubbed his butt and found that it didn't hurt. "The cushioning effect is not bad," Wu Ming muttered. Just now, he controlled the material spirit ball to become a sponge-like structure in contact with the ground, which cushioned a lot of the impact. Falling from a height of more than 10 meters, nothing happened. However, the cushioning effect is still very limited. If I was hit by an E-class beast's full force attack, I would still die from the shock. However, the strength of a normal F-class beast shouldn't be enough to kill a person protected by the material spirit ball. Wu Ming analyzed silently. "Brother Wu, are you okay?" The others surrounded Wu Ming and helped him up. They looked at him from head to toe, wanting to know how he was. "I'm fine. This material is really strong." Wu Ming laughed. "Come, put on your armor too." Wu Ming moved his mind and divided the 450 kilograms material spirit ball into 5 equal parts, each weighing 90 kilograms. Like quicksand, they covered himself, Mu Wanyan, Huang Samba, Zuma Mei, and Wan Siyu respectively. The 5 of them seemed to have put on a 3-dimensional black armor, looking like the god of war. "What about me?" Zhang Okyun was so angry that she stomped her feet. "You have the water spirit to protect your body, so you don't need it for now," Wu Ming said. Zhang Okyun was so angry that her teeth itched. I want it! Zhang Okyun jumped up. Her pair of long legs wrapped around Wu Ming's waist and hung on his body, acting cute and unreasonable. "Fine, I give up." Wu Ming had no choice but to remove 15 kilograms of material spirit ball from everyone's body and cover Zhang Okyun's body. In this way, the total mass of the material spirit ball on everyone's body was 75 kilograms. I'll transfer the right to use these material spirit balls to you in a moment. In the future, you can use your mind to control them. Wu Ming secretly used the system's function to complete the transfer of authority. Then, everyone cut their fingers and dripped their blood on it, making it impossible for others to take it away. Okay, at this stage, we all have a type of armor that is more flexible than liquid metal. At a critical moment, it can be turned into a weapon. Wu Ming began to show it. He stretched out his hand, and the black substance on his body flowed like liquid. His arm began to extend and became a sharp knife. It was very sharp and was several times stronger than superalloy steel. At this moment, Wu Ming had a very strange feeling. He seemed to have become a low-level version of Iron Man with a nano-armor, but couldn't fly. Wow, what a miraculous armor. Wan Xiu moved her mind, and the black substance flowed in her palm. Sometimes it turned into a rabbit, sometimes it turned into an airplane, but they were all black. This thing is fun. Huang Samba stretched out her hand and condensed the black substance into an indescribable black short stick with wrinkles. Zuma Mei blushed when she saw this. You're not serious. Zhang Okyun spat. Okay, let's familiarize ourselves with it first. Then, we'll enter the underground tunnel and kill our way through. Wu Ming also began to familiarize himself with the material spirit ball. He didn't feel the slightest bit of regret when he distributed most of the material spirit balls to his teammates. Because he had the system, he could convert creatures with evolution points into material spirit balls at any time. It could be said that he was the only producer of material spirit balls. He could have as many as he wanted. In the future, when I have dozens or hundreds of tons of material spirit balls, I can combine them with my pets. Then, won't I be able to unleash terrifying combat strength? Wu Ming thought. If he could put the material spirit ball on a powerful pet of the strength type, the pet would be able to use the material spirit ball to change its mass at any time to enhance its combat strength. With one punch, the pet might be able to unleash a force that was several times or even dozens of times stronger than the pet's maximum combat strength. It seems that I have to get more material spirit balls and equip them with Little Tyrant, Ghost Cat, and other pets. Wu Ming thought to himself. Roar! Right then, more ferocious beasts came out from the underground tunnel in the park. A gust of murderous intent spread out quickly. Chapter 109. Guys, the real battle is about to begin. Wu Ming was wearing the armor. He was not afraid at all. Standing side by side with Little Tyrant, they stared coldly at the strange figures that had appeared dozens of meters away. The face armor was made of a dense mesh structure, which allowed for ventilation and allowed the wearer to see what was in front of them. However, their vision would be weaker than usual. That being said, Wu Ming and the others had to do this in order to prevent their faces from becoming a fatal weakness. The armor is not resistant to poisonous gas, lack of oxygen, high temperature, and other harsh environments. It needs to be improved, Wu Ming murmured. When the others heard this, they felt the same way. That being said, it was good enough to have such an armor. After all, the Beastmasters were not the main combatants. They were the ones who assisted and commanded their pets, providing critical assistance at critical moments. Therefore, it was good enough that they could ensure their own safety. Roar! At this moment, the beasts in the distance were approaching. One of them was a creepy hellwolf. It was emitting a chilling aura and could breathe out cold air. Another was a tiger with flames in its mouth. The last one was a stinger with barbs all over its body. It was the same kind of stinger as the one Wu Ming encountered when he returned from Yaotao Ancient Town. It was just as lethal. Attention, members of the combat team. They are the Ice Hell Wolf, the Flame Tiger, and the Stinger. They are all F-class beasts with abilities such as Frost, Flame Devour, and Stinger. Be careful, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. He used the insightful eye at once to read the information of the 3 F-class beasts and then reported it. Be careful. The others lowered their voices as well, not daring to be careless. Big Bear, I have the combat suit. I'm not afraid of the F-class beasts. You can fight without worry. Huang Samba lowered his body. He was wearing a sturdy black armor. The black material around his fists had become 15 kilograms, like 2 powerful iron fists. Zhang Okyun had merged with the water spirit. With the black armor, Her combat strength had increased. Wan Siyu and Zuma Mei were newbies. They chose to stand in the middle to avoid direct contact. Mu Wanyan held a super alloy steel dagger with both hands. She used a black material to connect her arms. The little white fox stood beside her without any fear. Roar! The stinger took the lead. It jumped to the top of a tree and, with a swing of its tail, several stingers. The little white fox, with its quick reaction, slapped 2 stingers away. The last one had already pierced towards Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming subconsciously stretched out his hand and grabbed the stinger that was coming at him. He squeezed hard, and the stinger broke with a gotcha sound. Then, he threw the stinger and it stuck on the tree. Everyone, don't worry. Poison stingers can't break through our defenses. Mighty Bear, Little White Fox, and Little Tyrant attacked their opponents at the same time. Little White Fox climbed up the tree and chased after the stinger. It was hard to tell who would win. Little Tyrant targeted the flaming tiger. With a Grade F super beam, it cut off the tiger's tail. Roar! The flaming tiger roared. It opened its mouth and spat out scorching flames that could melt steel. However, Little Tyrant was not afraid in the slightest. He charged through the flames in the form of a 3-headed hellhound, and his body was unscathed. His sharp claws pressed down on the head of the flaming tiger, and his 6 eyes shot out super energy beams that pierced through the flaming tiger's head. The first beast was dead. On the other side, the mighty bear endured the frosty netherwolf's freezing. He grabbed its tail and swung it hard. Crack! The frosty netherwolf's head was smashed into pieces. It was dizzy and temporarily lost the ability to spit ice. Bang! The next moment, it was slapped to death by the mighty bear. On the tree, Little White Fox smashed the tree trunk with its paw. Stinger lost his footing and fell from the sky. At this moment, Wan Siyu's winged dragon flapped its wings and let out a terrifying shriek. It hurt Stinger's ears and caused him to lose consciousness for a moment. Whoosh! Little White Fox jumped down from the tree. Its sharp claws cut through Stinger's neck. The last beast died on the spot. Done! Wu Ming sighed in relief. He looked at the corpses of the beasts in the distance. He quickly used a black dagger to cut them open and took out 3 inner cores. Then, he secretly converted all the evolution points on the beasts and obtained half of the matter. He secretly converted it into a matter orb and merged it into the black armor on his body. The whole process was very secretive. No one noticed. Let's go to the underground tunnel, Wu Ming said. However, right at this moment, there came a series of shrieks in the sky that made people's blood freeze. From the clouds, there came a huge black eagle with a wingspan of over 100 meters. It gave people a feeling that the sky was going to collapse. A Class C beast, the 1,000-year eagle. Wu Ming looked at the ferocious beast, and his pupils suddenly shrank. This black eagle was called the 1,000-year eagle. True to its name, the 1,000-year eagle had lived for almost 1,000 years. It had become a top predator, a Class C beast. The appearance of the 1,000-year eagle threw the entire Garan castle into a state of panic. Roar! However, the guardian at the top of the Ultra Beast Center Tower, the powerful Class C dragon elephant, was already roaring. The dragon elephant flapped its wings and flew to the sky. The 2 powerful beasts crashed into each other at an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters. They waved their sharp claws and pecked at each other with beaks that were 10 times or even dozens of times harder than super alloy steel. The battle was fierce. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 beasts were violently colliding. Sound waves burst out. Some of them even attacked at supersonic speeds. The battle was horrifying. So horrifying. Wan Siyu, Zuma Mei, and the other pretty girls were trembling in fear. Even though they were wearing black armor, they still felt cold. This is the horror of Class C beasts. When it comes to a fight, the so-called peak Class D beasts are nothing. Zhang Oqiyun was breathing rapidly. She was panicking. Wu Ming wore a grave expression. Based on the battle in the sky, he realized that the battle between Class C beasts was horrifying. They could easily reach a height of over 100 meters. One sweep of their legs could destroy a skyscraper. If a battle were to break out in a city, it wouldn't take long for them to destroy a large area. They could even destroy a city. Boom! The two strong Class C beasts dashed to the clouds. A heart-wrenching battle broke out. For a long time, no one could tell who was the winner. Don't worry about them. Let's go to the underground tunnel and block it. Wu Ming lowered his head and urged the others. Okay, they were ready to move. Who are you? Right then, 3 beast tamers arrived with their pets. They were stained with blood. Clearly, they had just gone through a fierce battle. Hearing the voice, Wu Ming and the others quickly looked back. Chapter 110. Who are you? The 3 beast tamers were alarmed. They had never seen people in black armor before. They thought that Wu Ming and the others were ferocious beasts that were being attacked by the mighty bear and other pet beasts. However, they did not know what black armor was, but they recognized the mighty bear and little white fox. Little Tyrant reverted to its black puppy form and was recognized by the 3 beast tamers as well. It's us. Wu Ming opened the faceplate of the armor and revealed his face. Zhang Oqiyun, Wan Xiu, Zuma Mei, Mu Wanyin, and Huang Samba also revealed their faces. Hello, Wu Ming. What a novel thing. Is this a new type of combat uniform? The 3 beast tamers were surprised. They looked at the black armor that Wu Ming and the others were wearing and felt that the armor was really cool. However, they did not know if it was suitable for sports and how good its defense was. Yeah, it's a new type of combat uniform. Wu Ming nodded and said. Materials like the matter orb could appear in public as extraterrestrial materials in the future. Extraterrestrial materials were amazing. Therefore, this point alone was enough to explain a lot of questions. It's really a new type of combat uniform? Is it expensive? How good is its defense? The 3 beast tamers were even more interested. It's okay. Wu Ming nodded. By the way, Wu Ming, what are you doing here? A middle-aged beast tamer wearing a khaki combat uniform and a metal helmet asked. There's an underground passage here that leads directly to the outside of the city. We have to block it. Wu Ming was very happy that someone happened to come over and told them the truth without hesitation. At a time like this, one more person would be an additional force. Underground passage. This is bad. The 3 beast tamers turned pale. I have to call the City Lord Manor and ask for reinforcements. The Beastmaster in the khaki combat suit immediately took out his phone and made a call. After a brief explanation, Wu Ming also received the phone and explained the situation to the other party. Knowing that it was Wu Ming who had discovered the underground passage, the City Lord's mansion's secretary turned pale and hurriedly reported to the City Lord. 3 minutes later, the City Lord sent a voice message. Wu Ming, don't take the risk to enter the underground tunnel. I've already sent out a small combat team. Now, I'll have to trouble you to hold them off. No problem. Wu Ming hung up the call and returned the phone to the Beastmaster in the khaki combat uniform. Wu Ming, let's wait. Right, I'm Lu Dali. The other 2 are Zhou Guo and Wang Zi. Zhou Guo was wearing a black combat uniform. Wang Zi was a short-haired woman with a hideous scar on her face. Her figure was voluptuous, filling her blue combat uniform to the brim. Roar! Another ferocious beast charged at them from the underground passage. Lu Dali, Zhou Guo, and Wang Zi immediately put on their metal helmets and masks. They held their super alloy steel daggers in their hands, ready for battle. Their pets were a lightning rabbit, a divine turtle, and a big white crane. They had advantages in long range, defense, speed, and other aspects. Roar! The underground passage suddenly shook. The ferocious beast had finally charged out of the exit and appeared in front of everyone. It was a ferocious python. It had the head of a ferocious tiger, its face hideous and terrifying. Many triangular dark green, metallic scales protruded from its body. Its largest diameter exceeded a meter, and its length reached 20 meters. This is a mutated tiger python. Its body is covered with hard scales. Its defense has reached level F, and it has level F strength. Its speed is also level F, and it is very difficult to deal with. Wu Ming stared at the tiger python with a serious expression. This ferocious beast was strong. As long as the cat of hell was not involved, the Herculean bear and the little overlord were the only pets that could compete with the cat of hell. If the other pets went up, they would be crushed into meat paste by the death entanglement of the giant python. Roar! The tiger python saw everyone. Without caring about anything else, it swung its powerful tail and charged at them like a truck at a speed of dozens of meters per second. *T run. Everyone retreated without hesitation. With the help of their pets, the 9 beast tamers retreated at the same time, narrowly avoiding this attack. However, the tiger python attacked again, sweeping its long tail. Roar! Woof! The mighty bear used its level F strength to suppress the tiger python. It hugged the tiger python's tail with both arms. Little Tyrant opened its mouth and shot out level F light beams from its eyes. However, it only managed to break a piece of the tiger python's scale. So strong. Everyone realized that the mighty bear's strength was being suppressed by the tiger python. It kept retreating, and its legs plowed out 2 shocking trenches on the ground. Pop! The little white fox took the opportunity to use pink bubbles to envelop the tiger python. The tiger python struggled, but was still trapped by the bubbles. It could not escape. Continued to suppress it. Wu Ming shouted, "Help!" Lu Dali was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that this was an opportunity. He quickly commanded his pets to attack together with Zhou Guo and Wang Zi. The big white crane flew over. Its beak, which was harder than diamond, pecked at the tiger python's nose, eyes, and other vital parts. The divine turtle rolled over and used its shell to hit the tiger python. Its 2 front claws were like fans, slapping the tiger python's head. 100,000 volts. The lightning rabbit stood up on its hind legs. Its 2 front legs rubbed against each other, and it began to accumulate electricity. 100,000 volts of lightning was released. Zhang Okyun did not dare to get close. The rest of the pets were also contributing. Roar! After a minute of fighting, the tiger python's defense was finally weakened by quite a bit. Little Tyrant unleashed his super light beam to its maximum power. 6 beams shot out, piercing through the tiger python's eyelids before piercing through its head. Boom! The tiger python fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. There's strength in numbers. Lu Dali wiped the sweat off his forehead. If only the 3 of them had encountered the tiger python, they would have been devoured. Fortunately, there was Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and other top F-rank beast tamers here. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous. Wu Ming walked over. He dug out the precious beast core and took the opportunity to secretly convert all the evolution points. He also converted part of the tiger python's body into a spiritual ball to enhance himself. It's so heavy. Wu Ming realized that the black armor he was wearing had reached a ton. Although the spiritual ball could change the weight of the armor to 1/10,000th of the original weight, he could still feel the weight. Lu Dali was unaware of the changes in Wu Ming. He was looking at the exit of the underground tunnel. Wu Ming, let's continue to wait for reinforcements. Yes, let's continue to wait for reinforcements. Wu Ming nodded. Not long after, new beasts came. However, Wu Ming and the others did not panic at all. They had a total of 9 pets. Although Xiao Long and the ponies were weak, they could still be of some help. Chapter 111. 10 minutes later, 2 more corpses of ferocious beasts appeared on the ground. Since the ones who contributed the most were Little Tyrant and Mighty Bear, these 2 inner cores also fell into Wu Ming's hands. At the same time, he also obtained a lot of evolution points. The maximum mass of his black armor was 1.5 tons. If he could add a part of it to Little Tyrant, it would definitely be a terrifying force. Another 20 minutes passed. 3 more corpses of ferocious beasts appeared on the ground. At this time, a bulletproof truck finally arrived near the park. 5 people in blue combat uniforms jumped down from the truck. Each of them had an F-class wolfhound as their pet. Hello, Wu Ming. We are the Blue Helmets from the mayor's mansion. We are here to provide support under the orders of the mayor. The captain of the special forces nodded at Wu Ming. Wu Ming had seen this person before. Previously at the mayor's mansion, this person was wearing a black trench coat and sitting in the main hall as if he was waiting for someone. At that time, Wu Ming did not pay much attention to it. Only now did he realize that the captain of the special forces was pretending to be an ordinary person. In fact, he was protecting the mayor's mansion. The pets of the Blue Helmets are actually quintuplets of wolfhounds. Wu Ming looked at the huge wolfhounds that were 5 meters tall. They were comparable to young bulls. Each of them weighed at least 300 kilograms. Their eyes were sharp, their claws were sharp, and they were agile. They were good at cooperating and biting. If the 5 wolfhounds worked together, they could definitely kill the tiger python from before. Even if it was a weaker E-class ferocious beast, they could still deal with it. That's right. Our pets are quintuplets. However, the members of our special combat team aren't. However, we're as close as brothers. Right, Sir Wu Ming, where's the underground passage? The captain of the special combat team asked. It's here. Wu Ming pointed at the center of the park. The Blue Helmets will be the vanguard. Then, we will bring bombs and expansion materials inside to seal the passage. The captain of the Blue Helmets explained the battle plan. Expansion materials? Wu Ming was surprised. I know. Wan Xiyu stretched out her hand. This material will expand when heated and spread crazily. After solidifying, it will be stronger than rock. It's a very good building material. So that's how it is. Wu Ming suddenly understood. Then let's start now. Set off. The group of 14 people took the bombs and several large wooden barrels and rushed to the underground passage. Whoosh! At this moment, a large group of pig-sized black iron teeth rats rushed over here, uttering harsh shrieks. Fire! Wu Ming shouted. Little Tyrant immediately opened its mouth and spat out a blazing flame. This large group of iron-toothed rats that could bite through steel were all burnt to a crisp, emitting a pungent burnt smell. It was very unpleasant. The group continued to venture deeper. The underground passage was dark but dry. There were also circles of digging marks on the walls, as if they were dug out by some kind of ferocious beast. Could it be that this passage is man-made? Huang Samba came up with this conjecture. According to the traces, this passage seems to have been dug out by some kind of earthworm, and it has a history of many years. The captain of the Blue Helmets whispered. Many years. Everyone present felt their hair stand on end. Could it be that the ferocious beasts outside the city had been plotting against Garan Castle for a long time? If that was true, then the ferocious beasts were too intelligent. Humans are adapting to the changes, and the ferocious beasts are evolving as well. We have to accept many things. Wu Ming exclaimed. Along the way, they were almost unstoppable. Of the 14 pets, apart from Xiao Long and the ponies, the others were all experienced or elite F rank. Their comprehensive strength was quite strong. Half an hour later, they had reached the base of the city wall. We will use bombs to blow up the expanding materials here and catalyze them with high temperature. They will harden and block this place. The captain of the Blue Helmets placed several large barrels of materials in the middle of the passage. The bombs are installed. Let's go. 3 minutes later, they hurried back. Boom! With a muffled sound, a small bomb exploded. The large barrels of expanding materials reacted to the heat and began to expand rapidly, filling up the passage. Blow up the passage in the city as well. Wu Ming suggested. Okay. The captain of the Blue Helmets took out the remaining bombs and installed one every 100 meters. Boom! With a loud noise, the underground passage collapsed. Everyone was relieved. They went back to the ground, took off their masks, and gasped for breath. Now the city should be safe. Huang Samba lay on top of Zuma Mei and grinned. All of a sudden, Wu Ming stood up and looked into the distance. He noticed that there was a lot of dust in the city, as if something was breaking out of the ground. His eyelids twitched. No, there may be more than one underground passage. Wu Ming's expression changed. The others trembled and stood up at once. Boom! 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 The mayor's heavy voice came from the nearby broadcast. Attention all citizens, there are 8 underground passages dug out by the great F dire beast, the burrowing earthworm, in the city. The total number is 8. Citizens of the lower city districts, please take shelter as soon as possible. Qingyan District, Park District, there are 7 more underground passages. The captain of the blue helmets punched a tree. Everyone's expression was not good. Dealing with 1 underground passage already required so many people. Now that there were 7 more, what should they do? Ring, ring, ring. The captain of the blue helmets' phone rang. Hello, it's the mayor. Don't worry, we've dealt with the underground passages in the Park District. We'll go to the other districts. Don't worry, H.E. Wu Ming is safe. Okay, we'll go now. The captain of the blue helmets hung up the phone. He looked at Wu Ming and said, H.E. Wu Ming, we'll go to the nearest underground passage and use the previous method to block the way. Let's go together. Wu Ming said. The more people there were, the safer it would be. Besides, everyone present was very experienced. Their cooperation just now had been successful. If they worked together, they could almost sweep through everything. Okay, the captain of the blue helmets was happy. Soon, everyone jumped into the bulletproof truck and rested inside. Here, eat some ordinary food to recover your strength. Wu Ming took out a bag of ordinary food that looked like dog food and fed it to Little Tyrant. These ordinary food contained abundant energy. While it could not help a pet evolve, it could replenish its strength. Little Tyrant was not big in size. After a few bites, it recovered most of its strength. After drinking some water, it lay in front of Wu Ming. Its 2 big eyes would peek at him from time to time. It looked very funny and adorable. Whoosh! The bulletproof truck came to a sudden stop. Everyone almost fell into the truck. What happened? Wu Ming quickly asked. There's a situation. The road ahead is blocked. There are 5 great F beasts wandering around. Oh no, there's also a great E beast. The captain in charge of driving was shocked. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Chapter 112. 5 F-class beasts and 1 E-class beast. That was a horrifying lineup. The beast tamers in the car looked terrible, as if they had fallen into an abyss. Without an E-class pet, they didn't want to take the risk of going against an E-class beast. That was too dangerous. Any carelessness, and they would all die in battle. What should we do now? Quick, go around them. Don't be silly. Our mission is to kill the beasts. If we run away, who will save the thousands of citizens in the nearby streets? We can't retreat. The members of the Special Forces team unanimously decided to fight to the death. I won't let you die because you are warriors worthy of respect, Wu Ming said to himself as he looked at them. Outside, the ghost cat made its move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air came from outside. Then, through the bulletproof glass window, everyone witnessed a shocking scene. The E-class iron-boned, 3-tailed beast that was standing on the rockery and was about to pounce on the truck suddenly covered its neck. It staggered and fell from the rockery to the ground. Gulp, gulp, its head rolled to the side. It was dead. Roar. The remaining 5 F-class beasts panicked and began to run for their lives. However, they couldn't get far before their bodies were cut open by a mysterious force. They fell to the ground and died. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. The 6 beasts were very powerful. However, it was as if they had encountered an invisible assassin. They died instantly. This scene was too horrifying. Brother Wu, Huang Samba realized something and cast a surprised look at Wu Ming. Sure. Wu Ming gestured for him to keep quiet. Then, he patted Huang Samba's shoulder. Huang Samba understood immediately. He knew that Wu Ming's other mysterious pet must have made its move. Mu Wanyan also looked at Wu Ming. After the experience of being kidnapped that night, she knew that Wu Ming had another mysterious pet. It was a powerful pet that could even kill the charm fox, an E-level pet, in one hit. Let's go down and harvest, then continue on our way. Wu Ming opened the door and led Huang Samba, Little Tyrant, and Mighty Bear out of the truck. Sir, did you do this? The captain of the blue helmets frowned as he looked at Wu Ming. There are some things that are not suitable to be said. Wu Ming obtained 5 F-rank Naidens, 1 E-rank Naiden, and more than 200 evolution points. It was a huge profit. At this stage, his evolution points had already exceeded 1,000. This was a pleasant surprise for Wu Ming. I understand. The team leader knew that Wu Ming had other pets. In other words, someone was secretly protecting Wu Ming. The squad leader did not find this strange. It was normal for such a genius trainer to have 1 or 2 mysterious experts protecting him. It would be abnormal if he didn't. Rumble. The truck started the engine and headed for the underground tunnel nearby. At the same time, deep in the sky, the C-Class 1,000-Year Eagle and the C-Class Dragon Elephant were still engaged in a fierce battle thousands of meters in the sky. Rumble. The C-Class Dragon Elephant was roaring. This was the effect of using the C-Class Rage talent. Its entire body was boiling and its combat strength was increasing. Crack. The Dragon Elephant used its C-Class Rage steel claws. All 4 of its claws turned into a golden color, as if they were burning. The claws tore at the 1,000-Year Eagle. Crack! The feathers that were harder than super alloy steel were cut off. They fell to the ground like countless blades, piercing through the roofs below. Bang! Half of a 1-meter-long black feather cut off the front of the truck that Wu Ming and the others were in. What happened? Everyone jumped down from the truck and looked into the sky with binoculars. At this moment, a strong wind was blowing. The clouds in the sky were blown away. All the people in the city and the beasts outside the city stopped their attacks and looked into the sky. At this moment, the Dracophant Wild Eagle was getting stronger and stronger. It had completely suppressed the 1,000-Year Eagle. Even though the 1,000-Year Eagle's feather defense had reached the peak of C grade, it was still broken by the Dracophant Wild Eagle. Shriek! The 1,000-Year Eagle screamed. It stomped on the Dragon Elephant's back with its sharp claws and took the opportunity to escape. Roar! The Dragon Elephant would not allow the 1,000-Year Eagle to escape. It bellowed and breathed out a D-Class Super Light Blast. A large amount of lightning struck the 1,000-Year Eagle. Although the lightning could not hurt the 1,000-Year Eagle, it slowed it down. Boom! The Dragon Elephant, in its berserk state, moved as fast as it could, exceeding the speed of sound for more than 200 meters per second. The 4 burning claws pierced through the 1,000-Year Eagle's body. Crack! As the Dracophant Wild Eagle tore at it, the 1,000-Year Eagle's body was torn to shreds. After letting out a few miserable shrieks, it fell from the sky. Roar! The Dragon Elephant roared. It suddenly flapped its wings and accelerated its descent. Once again, its 4 sharp claws stomped on the falling 1,000-Year Eagle, pressing it against a mountain outside the city and smashing it into pieces of rubble. Roar! The Dragon Elephant raised its head and shot a large amount of super light blast into the sky. It was like lightning, shocking everyone. As for the 1,000-Year Eagle, after struggling for a while, it died. It was dead, a strong C-Class dire beast, after an hour or 2 of life and death battle, was killed by the Guardian of Jalan City, a peak C-Class Draconic Elephant Wild Eagle. Victory! The citizens of the city shouted excitedly. The dire beasts outside the city immediately screamed and turned to escape. Fire the cannons and kill them. On the city wall, the soldiers reloaded the cannons and fired, killing a large number of dire beasts. Roar! The Dragon Elephant roared at the fleeing dire beasts as if it was mocking them. However, it did not attack. Instead, it grabbed the corpse of the 1,000-Year Eagle tightly and flew back to the Ultra Beast Center Tower. In front of everyone, it began to peck at the 1,000-Year Eagle. Blood fell and dyed the Ultra Beast Center Tower red. It's over. Wu Ming looked at the Dragon Elephant at the top of the building and heaved a sigh of relief. The outcome of a battle between dire beasts depended more on the top level. Now that the Dragon Elephant had won, it meant that Garan Castle was safe for the time being. As for whether there would be dire beasts attacking the city in the future, it would depend on whether the dire beast army could produce a powerhouse that could match the Dragon Elephant. Do we still need to repair the underground passage? Huang Samba came back to his senses. The dire beasts have escaped. Leave the sealing of the underground passage to us. The captain of the blue helmet smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Wu Ming grinned. We'll go back too. I have to say, today was really dangerous. It's also an honor to be able to fight side by side with H.E. Wu Ming. Lu Dali and the other two beast tamers heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. Farewell, everyone. Wu Ming waved his hand and left with Huang Samba and the others. The blue helmets continued to repair the underground passage. The other places gradually regained their peace. However, there were still many citizens and beast tamers who died in this battle. It was tragic. Chapter 113. Under the Night Sky. Wu Ming and the others gathered at the pet store on Nanwen Street. This is the latest model of breathing mask developed by our company. It can filter out most toxic gases. In critical moments, the built-in high-pressure oxygen tank can provide oxygen for up to 24 hours. Zhang Okyun pointed at the mask on the table and introduced it. After they returned to the pet store, Wu Ming told them about the flaw of the black armor's inability to protect against toxic gases. Then, Zhang Okyun contacted Su Minmin right away and got her 10 specially made breathing masks. On the market, such masks were worth at least 10,000 pet coins. Thanks. Wu Ming thanked her and picked up a breathing mask to put on. He found that breathing wasn't difficult and his face was comfortable. It seemed that the air filtration system was very good. More importantly, compared to other breathing masks, the mask had an extra high-pressure oxygen tank, enough for up to 24 hours. Sure enough, materials determine the upper limit of many technologies. Wu Ming mumbled. The oxygen tanks were made of super alloy steel, and the upper limit of the air pressure was 100 times higher than that of ordinary steel. Therefore, one oxygen tank was equivalent to 100 regular oxygen tanks. Even though the size was small, it was enough for him to breathe for a long time. Of course, this kind of high-pressure oxygen tank was a bit dangerous. Once it exploded, it would be very powerful. TSK. It wouldn't be any weaker than a bomb. Start embedding. Wu Ming reached out his hand. The black bracelet on his wrist immediately flowed along his body like quicksand and covered his entire body in 1 second. It's a bit slow. Wu Ming felt the process of the black armor covering his body. He realized that this speed was far from enough. 1 second was enough for him to be killed several times by powerful beasts. Therefore, Wu Ming started a new experiment. During this time, he also discussed with Huang Samba, Wan Siyu, and the others to jointly plan the location of the material orb. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. At this moment, he didn't look much different from before. He was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a string of black pendants around his neck. Both of his wrists were wearing black bracelets. He wore a belt with a strong mechanical style around his waist. It was hollowed out, which made him look more stylish. As for the shoes, they didn't look much different from before. The main thing was that they were darker than before, almost as if they didn't reflect any light at all. Brother Wu, I think this change should be very good. Wan Siyu stood beside Wu Ming. Her outfit was similar to Wu Ming's. All right, that's all for now. Huang Samba, test the time it takes for me to fully put on the armor, Wu Ming instructed. Okay. Huang Samba took out a stopwatch. I'll call the start. Zhang Okyun volunteered. Mu Wanyin sat on the sofa with the little white fox in her arms. She didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Begin, Zhang Okyun suddenly shouted. This was what they had discussed before. The purpose was to be able to react as soon as possible in case of an emergency. Without making a sound, Wu Ming's black-rimmed glasses, the pendants around his neck, the belt, and the shoes all covered his body at the same time. In an instant, everything was connected. Ding! The moment Wu Ming was fully covered by the armor, Huang Samba pressed the pause button and checked the time. Brother Wu, 0.3 seconds. Huang Samba's eyes glowed. The armor had covered Wu Ming's entire body in this amount of time. If Wu Ming had actively entered the state, then the time could have been increased to 0.2 seconds. Good. Wu Ming smiled to express his satisfaction. This speed was good enough. After all, even if something were to happen, the pets around them could stop a wave of attacks. With this time and their current speed, they could cover themselves with a black armor to ensure their safety. Then, Wu Ming put on the breathing mask. After many adjustments, Wu Ming used the material ball to protect the breathing mask as well, leaving only the breathing holes. At critical moments, he could close the breathing holes and rely on the high-pressure oxygen tank that came with the mask to breathe. For the sake of safety, Wu Ming divided a part of the matter spirit ball and wrapped the ultra-high-pressure oxygen tank with a layer of protection. Give it a try as well, Wu Ming said to the others. Okay. Everyone put on the breathing mask at once and followed Wu Ming's method of covering themselves with the material balls. That way, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the poisonous gas. It's a pity that the material balls don't seem to be very effective in keeping warm. Huang Samba heaved a sigh. There was nothing Wu Ming could do about it. He sat on the couch and enjoyed the peace after the battle. After a while, he began to talk to the system. System, can the material balls not protect against high or low temperatures? Not for the time being. Then, are there any similar materials? Ding, please check. Soon, Wu Ming closed his eyes and entered the system store interface. He saw a special plant appear in front of him. It looked like aloe vera and was 30 centimeters tall when mature. As Wu Ming touched the plant with his consciousness, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Name, 7-star reed classification, thermal insulation plant usage. Its juice can be used to produce thermal insulation materials. It can absorb heat to insulate itself from temperature and electricity to insulate itself from electricity. However, there's an upper limit. Once the upper limit is reached, it must release its energy or it will explode. Looking at the plant with many stars on its leaves, Wu Ming couldn't help but feel excited. With the 7-star reed, he would be able to insulate himself from heat. A 7-star reed seed costs 188 evolution points. It's really expensive. Looking at the price, Wu Ming frowned. However, for his own safety, he had to buy it. Ding, consumed 188 evolution points. Obtained a 7-star reed seed. You can use evolution points to grow it. With the system notification, Wu Ming bought the seed. Then, he pretended to look for something in his pocket and took out a light blue seed the size of soybean. Wu Ming found a glass, filled half a glass with water, and threw the seeds of 7-star reed into the water. Puff! The seed of the 7-star reed had a special characteristic. It grew when it met water. After a short while, it sucked up half of the water and grew into a 15-centimeter tall 7-star reed. It looked similar to aloe vera, but its appearance was more dazzling. It even released a star-like light. Damn, how did this thing suddenly appear like a magic trick? The people around him were shocked. Brother Wu, what is this? Huang Samba had never seen a seed grow so big in a short while. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. This is called 7-star reed. It's an alien species. Its juice is the best material for thermal insulation. Wu Ming explained. Hearing this, Zhang Oqiyun and Mu Wanyin opened their eyes wide. Chapter 114. Thermal insulation material? That's awesome. Huang Samba moved closer to the 7-star reed and stared at it, not daring to touch it. Is it ripe now? Zuma May asked curiously. Not yet. We need to continue watering it. Wu Ming brought over lake water that was rich in various elements and poured it into a cup. The 7-star reed continued to grow and quickly grew to 30 centimeters tall. A total of 9 thick leaves had sprouted from it. When he used his hand to pinch it, he discovered that the texture was very delicate. It was even better than cooked egg white. As expected of an extraterrestrial, it can grow with just water. Wan Siyu's eyes were filled with amazement. It should be ripe now, right? Zhang Oqiyun was a bit impatient. If they could harvest it immediately and use it to create thermal insulation material, their armor would basically have no flaws. Anti-poison, insulation, thermal insulation, and had its own oxygen supply. Even in a world of ice and snow or a burning forest, it could last for a long time. Don't be impatient. Wu Ming extended his hand and touched the 7-star reed. Normally, after the 7-star reed grew, it would take 3 months for it to grow into a high-quality thermal insulation material. However, it could be sped up by consuming evolution points. Wu Ming decisively deducted 5 evolution points. There were no changes on the surface of the 7-star reed, but Wu Ming knew that it had matured and could be harvested. Wu Ming took out a clean glass cup and a super alloy steel dagger. He cut open the leaves of the 7-star reed, and a blue-gold liquid immediately dripped down. After 10 minutes of harvesting, he had obtained a large amount of thermal insulation material. It was in liquid form and was about half a cup of water. As for the 7-star reed, it had already dried up. However, after absorbing a lot of water, its leaves became plump again. Under normal circumstances, it would take another 3 months before it could be harvested. This is the material produced by an extraterrestrial. It looks so magical. Huang Samba leaned in very close to the glass. His eyes were almost glued to the glass. But how do we use this? Zhang Okeiyun knocked on the glass cup, her eyes filled with curiosity. It's very simple. Wu Ming removed the matter orb from his body, turned it into a lump of metal, and threw it into the glass cup. Not long after, the blue-gold liquid was completely absorbed by the matter orb, causing it to transform into a dark gold color, making it look even more luxurious and noble. Wu Ming picked up the matter spirit orb and turned it into armor again, covering his whole body. Unlike before, the armor was now dark gold. Puff! Wu Ming lit the lighter and burned his index finger that was covered by the material spirit ball. However, after fusing with the 7-star aloe juice, a super high-quality thermal insulation material, Wu Ming couldn't feel the temperature of the flame at all. Little, use your flame. Wu Ming made a bold attempt. Brother Wu, Little Tyrant's flame can burn a Class F beast to death. What you're doing is very dangerous. Mu Wanyin was cautious. She did not want Wu Ming to take the risk. It's okay. I can take it. Wu Ming believed in the strength of this material. Whoosh, whoosh. Little Tyrant breathed out a wisp of hot flame. The temperature in the pet store rose abruptly, as if they were near a steel furnace. Wu Ming placed his hand on the flame. Still, he could not feel the burning sensation. His eyes glowed. Zhang Okeiyun and the others were overjoyed. Amazing! They even wanted to cheer. Brother Wu, do you really not feel anything? Zuma Mei was curious. If the 7-star reed juice was really that powerful, then in the future, beast tamers like them would be able to avoid many dangers with this set of armor. For now, I don't feel anything. Hey, look, something is changing. Wu Ming pointed at his hand that was being burned by the flame with his other hand. He noticed that his hand was turning red. The hot energy flowed along the lines on his arm and gradually spread to his entire body. When his whole body armor turned red, Wu Ming finally felt a trace of heat, but it was only a little hot. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the limit of this material. That's enough. Stop. Wu Ming told Little Tyrant to stop breathing out flames. Putting on the armor, he walked to the open space in the middle of the street. Don't come over. I need to release the energy absorbed by the armor. Release energy? Everyone hid in the pet store and put on the black armor. They were confused, wondering how Wu Ming could release the energy. Whoosh! In the next second, Wu Ming jumped up. Flames burst out from under his feet. He jumped to a height of more than 10 meters and landed heavily on the ground. Whoosh! The hot air spread from his feet to the ground, turning into a sea of fire. The flames only died out after a few seconds. So fierce. So, this is the process of releasing energy. I have a bold idea. If Brother Wu used this move in a group of beasts, he would have killed many beasts. The few of them quickly rushed out. They surrounded Wu Ming and kept looking at the armor on his body. After releasing the excess heat, the armor regained its dark gold color. It looked simple, solemn, dignified, and noble. All right, I'll upgrade your armors as well. Wu Ming patted Huang Samba's shoulder and led everyone back to the pet store. Wu Ming spent 25 evolution points and obtained 5 cups of blue gold 7 stars aloe juice to upgrade everyone's armor. However, Wu Ming's armor was dark gold. The others' armor was blue. They could tell the difference with Wu Ming's armor at first glance. Ah, that's strange. How come your armor is different from ours? Zhang Okehyun looked at Wu Ming's dark gold armor and then at her own blue gold armor. She was not convinced. I guess it's just luck. Wu Ming scratched his head and tried to muddle through. As a matter of fact, it was because he had many material balls on him. The largest one weighed more than 1 ton. Therefore, the color was darker. In terms of strength, Wu Ming's material balls were the strongest. For the sake of the others' safety, Wu Ming gave each of them another 100 kilograms of material balls, which made their armor even darker. It was close to a dark gold color. Brother Wu, our armor has been upgraded. So, we're second-generation armor, right? Should we give it a name? Wan Siyu suggested. Sure. Wu Ming nodded. Our armor is dark. How about we call it the Abyss armor? Zhang Okehyun giggled. Why don't you call it the dark blue armor? Wu Ming rolled his eyes. Zhang Okehyun put her hands on her hips. My armor will be called the Abyss armor. I think we can call it the dark gold armor. Wan Siyu pointed at the dark gold color on the armor. She thought it was a good name. I think the dark gold armor is good as well. Mu Wanyan agreed. Yes, good. Let's call it the dark gold armor. Zuma, Mei, and Huang Samba nodded as well. I don't care. My armor will be called the Abyss armor. Zhang Okehyun pouted and insisted. Chapter 115. Okay then, from now on, it will be called the dark gold armor. As for Lady Zhang's armor, she can call it whatever she likes. In the end, Wu Ming made the final decision. This upgraded second-generation armor was codenamed Dark Gold. Of course, someone still insisted on calling it Abyss. Late at night, they left the pet store one after another. Only Wu Ming, Little Tyrant, and the invisible Ghost Cat were left in the spacious room. System, can Little Tyrant and Ghost Cat use the material orb? Wu Ming asked the system in the dead of night. The material orb needs to be controlled by one's mind. Mind is a kind of wave that all intelligent creatures have. The difference lies in the strength and quality of the material orb. Therefore, Little Tyrant and Ghost Cat can use the material orb. The system gave him a detailed explanation. That makes things easier. Wu Ming smiled. He extended his hand and transferred the 10 kilograms material orb to Little Tyrant. He transferred the rights to the material orb and dripped his blood on it. Then, he did the same thing and transferred 10 kilograms to Ghost Cat. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant was as smart as a human child. It wasn't stupid. After it familiarized itself with the material orb, it used its mind to transform the material orb into a dark gold bone the size of an arm under Wu Ming's surprised gaze. That's a dog. Wu Ming produced a forced smile. On the couch, Ghost Cat was still invisible. Its invisibility talent was amazing. It could turn the material orb invisible as well. Also, since the quality of the material was controllable, Ghost Cat could move around freely while wearing the material orb. Under the night sky, Wu Ming rubbed his temples. He wasn't in a hurry to go to bed. He had searched for a lot of information on the pet website, all of which were related to shock absorbers and sound-absorbing materials. He studied their structure carefully. The material orb could change its shape according to its owner's mind. The upper limit was related to the owner's imagination or knowledge. Not long after, Wu Ming donned the dark gold armor again. With a thought, the dark gold armor on his body did not seem to change on the surface, but the internal structure changed. It became a porous structure that could perfectly absorb sound and shock. Saber, spear, sword, halberd. Wu Ming stretched out his hand, and a spiritual ball of matter flowed in his palm, transforming into a saber, a spear, a sharp sword, a heavy halberd, and other cold weapons. I feel like I'm about to become an armored warrior. Wu Ming admired the object formed by the dark gold armor, and this thought popped up in his mind. As a matter of fact, with the dark gold armor that weighed a ton, Su Ping's combat strength was already very high even without the help of his pets. He could beat up many beasts of no rank. Wu Ming continued to study the dark gold armor. Before parting ways with Zhang Oqiyun and Wan Xiu, Wu Ming had also reminded them that they had to research the dark gold armor to maximize the potential of this material. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Turning on the TV, Wu Ming drank coffee and watched the morning news. After a night of research, researchers have determined that the beast that fought with the C-rank dragon elephant yesterday was the C-rank 1,000-year eagle, an eagle that has lived for more than 1,000 years. It is said that the 1,000-year eagle is the king of flying in this area. This time, it attacked the Garan castle mainly to devour other pets and strengthen itself. In this battle, the Garan castle suffered a great loss. Several districts were destroyed, but the harvest was also great, including a large amount of materials and beast cores, enough for the Garan castle to develop stably for a long time. Next, we would like to solemnly commend the F-rank trainer H. E. Wu Ming. Yesterday, he led a combat team of 6 and helped the Blue Helmets to successfully block an underground passage. Hearing that he was being praised on the news, Wu Ming shrugged, thinking that he was a bit famous now. Ring, ring, ring. His phone on the coffee table rang. Wu Ming glanced at it and saw that it was Su Qianqian calling. Suddenly, a mature and proud figure appeared in his mind. After hesitating for a second, Wu Ming picked up the phone. Wu Ming, you're on the news again. Su Qianqian's voice was a bit nervous. Wu Ming smiled. What's wrong? Were you attacked yesterday? No. As you know, the community I live in is a villa area with a complete air raid shelter. When there was danger, we moved in, but the signal was bad at that time, so I didn't call you. Su Qianqian explained. So, you call me this time to tell me that you're safe? Wu Ming smiled and asked. Kind of. Su Qianqian nodded. The two chatted for a while longer before Wu Ming hung up. In order to improve her strength as soon as possible, Su Qianqian had spent a lot of money to collect many materials and was on her way to the pet store. Of course, she was hoping that Wu Ming could prepare some F-rank defense, self-healing, and speed food so that the flaming sparrow could be improved as soon as possible. Wu Ming couldn't help but smile at the thought of this mature woman who had made love with him several times. Half an hour later, a fierce bull sports car parked in front of the pet store. Wu Ming decided to take a day off because of the big fight the day before. Wan Xiu, Huang Samba, and Zuma didn't come to work. Nanwen Street in the early morning was a bit lonely. Tap, tap, tap. Su Qianqian was wearing a pair of sunglasses, and the flaming sparrow was perched on her shoulder. As soon as she got out of the car, she threw herself into Wu Ming's arms. With a girl in his arms, Wu Ming felt refreshed. Wu Ming, I missed you so much. Su Qianqian looked up and kissed Wu Ming. The two hugged each other on the sofa and enjoyed the thrill of the moment. Half an hour later, Su Qianqian looked at the black pendant around Wu Ming's neck. She blinked and asked curiously, Wu Ming, what is this? It looks quite exquisite. Could it be black gold? It's an extraterrestrial material, Wu Ming answered. Su Qianqian was one of us. He didn't mind revealing some things to her. Extraterrestrial material? What is it used for? Su Qianqian was intrigued. As a businesswoman, her first thought was to see if it had high commercial value. It's a tough material that can change shape. Wu Ming took out the extra spiritual ball of matter. It was only 1 kilogram in weight. This spiritual ball of matter didn't absorb the 7 stars aloe juice, nor did it have the insulation function. However, it would still cause a sensation on the market. Is it really that magical? Su Qianqian covered her mouth in surprise. I'll show it to you. Wu Ming changed the shape of the spiritual ball of matter. Sometimes it would turn into a knife, a pocket watch, or a cup, shocking Su Qianqian, who was in his arms. Wu Ming, do you have a lot of these extraterrestrial materials left? The commercial value of this stuff is definitely higher than a lot of evolutionary food. It's the best material to forge a Beastmaster's combat suit. As an outstanding businesswoman, Su Qianqian instantly thought of an idea to develop it. I've already developed this material into a combat suit. Wu Ming put on his clothes and stood on the ground. In order to show off the effects, he slowly put on the dark gold armor, allowing Su Qianqian to clearly see the process of the dark gold material covering his entire body. Su Qianqian sat up in surprise. Then, she realized she was completely naked and hurriedly put on her clothes. Chapter 116. Su Qianqian never thought that there would be such a miraculous material in this world. It was even more practical than the highly developed nano-combat suit. It's a pity that this material is too little. Su Qianqian held the dagger made from the material ball and found that it was very hard. It seemed to be many times stronger than super alloy steel. However, this little material was simply not enough. Do you plan to develop the commercial value of this material? Wu Ming asked. Yes. Su Qianqian nodded as she put on her clothes. Then, she sat beside Wu Ming. This material is simply a product that transcends time. If it can be developed, it will benefit the entire human race. Seeing that she had such lofty ideals, Wu Ming was a little touched. On second thought, he already had the second-generation armor. At this stage, it was also possible to spread the first-generation armor. When he developed the more advanced third-generation armor, he would then spread the second-generation armor that could insulate the heat. In this way, even if there were enemies who bought the armor that was spread outside, he could still attack them without fear of being attacked. Thinking of this, Wu Ming said, "In that case, when I get more materials, I will give them to you for commercial development." Okay, let's split it 30 to 70. You get 70%, I get 30%. Su Qianqian's soft jade-like arms wrapped around Wu Ming's neck. The two of them were very close. Her breath was like orchids, intoxicating. Okay, Wu Ming agreed. By the way, I came this time to ask Wu Ming to help me prepare the evolution food. As for the materials, they are all here. Su Qianqian put a big medicine box on the table. No problem. Wu Ming pinched Su Qianqian's perky butt with his hand. Then, he sat on the sofa and opened the medicine box. His expression became focused. There were a lot of materials inside the medicine box. Wu Ming did a quick check and found that these materials could be used to concoct F-grade defensive food and F-grade speed food. Moreover, he could concoct at least 3 portions of each type. The two of them had worked together many times, so Su Qianqian knew the recipes for these 2 evolutionary foods. Wu Ming was not surprised by this. With this formula, you can gather the ingredients for the F-grade self-healing food. Wu Ming took out a piece of paper and handed it to Su Qianqian. Wu Ming is willing to concoct this evolutionary food for me? Su Qianqian smiled charmingly. In the past, Wu Ming had told her that the F-grade self-healing food was temporarily not to be leaked. But today, he was willing to share the formula, which surprised Su Qianqian. More than that, she was pleasantly surprised. This is a special time. It is important to enhance the strength of pets. Therefore, the F-grade self-healing food can gradually be circulated on the market. Right, you can ask Su Minmin to get the medicine for you, Wu Ming reminded her. Okay. Su Qianqian took out her phone and contacted Su Minmin. Half an hour later, Su Minmin drove a pink sports car and parked it outside the pet store. Sister Su, the materials you asked for are here. Su Minmin put a wooden medicine box on the table. Thank you, Minmin, Su Qianqian said. During this half an hour, Wu Ming happened to have concocted an F-grade defensive food and an F-grade speed food. Give them to the Flaming Sparrow. Wu Ming put the 2 sets of food in different wooden boxes and handed them over. Thank you, Wu Ming. Su Qianqian put the Flaming Sparrow on her shoulder on the table. Red, eat it. The Flaming Sparrow shook its head. It could smell the scent of the 2 sets of food that excited it. Whoosh! The Flaming Sparrow began to wolf down the food. As the 2 sets of food went down its stomach, the Flaming Sparrow began to grow in size. Its wingspan grew to 1 meter, and its body became more graceful, like a precious piece of art. Whoosh! The Flaming Sparrow flapped its wings and flew around the pet store. The Flaming Sparrow was fast and agile. It didn't bump into anything. Impressive. Su Minmin sat on the couch and looked at the flaming sparrow on the table. She felt that this F-grade pet had grown a lot. Now, the flaming sparrow is an experienced F-grade pet. Although it has almost no combat experience, it has an F-grade defense. Basically, it is hard to kill it, unless it encounters a beast of the E-grade or above. Wu Ming explained while he sorted out the new materials. 15 minutes later, Wu Ming had concocted a brand new F-grade self-healing food and fed it to the flaming sparrow. This time, the flaming sparrow's body size didn't change significantly, but its eyes were sharper. When the flaming sparrow wanted to breathe fire, its abdomen would turn red and hot, indicating that the flaming sparrow's E-grade talent, roaring flames, was getting stronger. Okay, the 3 types of F-grade food you asked for have been cultivated. Now, take this helmet back and study it. Wu Ming picked up the material ball that hadn't absorbed the 7 stars aloe juice and turned it into an exquisite combat helmet, while Su Minmin was still in shock. Is this a memory material? Su Minmin blinked. Memory material was a high-end material. After some processing, this material could be fixed into a desired shape. Even if it was hit or deformed by heat, it could be restored to its original shape after some time. This is not a memory material. It is a special alien material. Wu Ming handed the helmet to Su Qianqian. Okay, I will take this brand new combat helmet back and study it. I believe that other people will be the first to enter the market when they see how powerful this helmet is. Su Qianqian took over the helmet. Once again, Su Minmin was stunned. She kissed Wu Ming's cheek with her red lips and left the pet store. Sister Su kissed Wu Ming? Are they in that kind of relationship? Su Minmin opened her eyes wide. Before she could figure it out, Su Qianqian dragged her out. Watching the 2 girls leave, Wu Ming yawned and threw all the extra materials on the table into the system space. Then, he searched the system store for a suitable pet egg or some way to upgrade the dark golden armor. In the underground research center of the super affordable store. Now, let's test the hydraulic pressure. Old Man Lu put on his protective goggles and pressed the button of the hydraulic pressure machine. The dozens of researchers around him stared with their eyes wide open. The hydraulic pressure machine pressed down on the helmet that Su Qianqian brought back. Crack, crack, crack. The helmet didn't deform at all. On the contrary, the hydraulic pressure machine was creaking. As the pressure increased, with a bang, the hydraulic pressure machine collapsed. The test bench made of super alloy steel caved in under the weight of the helmet. Wow, this material is awesome. Old Man Lu threw away his protective goggles and opened the super tempered glass wall in a hurry. He picked up the helmet and sized it up. Regardless of whether it was burned by fire, corroded by strong acid, shot, bombardment, heavy pressure, or water cutting, this combat helmet that only weighed 1 kilogram was not damaged at all. Not only was Old Man Lu shocked, the surrounding researchers were also dumbfounded. Su, where did you get this helmet? Old Man Lu stared at Su Qianqian with wide eyes. The others were also looking at her with enthusiasm. Su Qianqian felt goosebumps all over her body. If this helmet could be mass-produced, the super affordable store would have a booming business. Chapter 117. I'm keeping this a secret for now. Su Qianqian shook her head. She didn't want to reveal this information before she received the new stock that Wu Ming had promised. Su, if this thing can be mass-produced, it will be a blessing for all beast tamers. This is something that will benefit the entire human race. Don't keep this from me. Old Man Lu said with a serious face. Beast tamers were the link between humans and their pets. They were of paramount importance, shouldering the rise and fall of mankind. Their safety was of utmost importance. At the moment, this new combat helmet was much better than the traditional combat suits on the market. It would be of great significance if it could be mass-produced. I don't mean to keep this a secret. Su Qianqian waved her hand and explained at once. I will let you know as soon as I have enough stock. That's good. Old Man Lu's face was filled with hope. He was obsessed with this combat helmet that was made of special materials. Su Qianqian took out her phone after they left the underground lab. Hello, is this H? E. Wuming? This combat helmet is really strong. Even the hydraulic press is broken, but it's still intact. When can you give me a new batch? Su Qianqian was anxious. Should be soon, Wu Ming replied. At the moment, he had left the pet store and was standing on a street nearby, looking at the dead tigers lying on the ground. This was the ferocious beast that he and a few others had killed when they had passed by this street. They didn't have time to deal with them back then, so they left them there. To his surprise, these corpses were still lying on the ground, untouched. The general public didn't even have the courage to go up and check. It's Wu Ming, the trainer. He's our hero. The neighbors came out and surrounded Wu Ming. Some people looked at the dignified little tyrant and curiously sized it up. They really wanted to take a photo with it. No one wants these corpses, right? Wu Ming pointed to the tiger corpses on the ground and asked the surrounding neighbors. No. How would we dare to take this thing? The neighbors shook their heads. I'll take it with me then. Wu Ming smirked. Little tyrant, take it away. Woof, woof, woof. Little tyrant barked excitedly 3 times. Right in front of the neighbors, it transformed into a 3-headed hound with flames all over its body. It bit onto the corpse of the ferocious tiger and dragged it towards Nanwen Street. Half an hour later, Nanwen Street, looking at the corpses of several ferocious tigers lying on the ground, Wu Ming was in an extremely good mood. He found a blind spot in the surveillance system and transformed all of them into their original form of spiritual balls. Its weight reached 800 kilograms. It's so heavy, it's enough to make dozens of first-generation armors. The corners of Wu Ming's mouth rose. He planned to use all of these matter spirit balls to create a first-generation armor. Each set of armor would only need 16 kilograms of materials. That would be enough to make 50 first-generation armors. The so-called first-generation armors were compared to the newest second-generation armors. The first-generation armors were purely made of matter spirit balls. Since there was no 7-star aloe juice, they could not be insulated or insulated. Besides, Wu Ming didn't plan to make such armors too expensive. After the armors were sold, he couldn't guarantee that his enemies wouldn't buy such armors. Therefore, he would try to make the armors available on the market as low quality as possible so that it would be easier for him to strike at critical moments. With this in mind, Wu Ming used his mind to divide the 800 kilograms of matter spirit balls into 50 equal portions. They landed on the street outside the pet store. Like quicksand, they began to transform into black armors with a height of 8 meters. That was the standard first-generation armor. The internal structure of the armor was similar to a honeycomb, which could absorb most of the shock. After putting on the first-generation armor, even if one were to fall from a height of 10 meters, one would feel some pain at most. Wu Ming took off the helmet of each set of armor and transferred some of the rights. Each set of armor could recognize its owner by dripping a drop of blood on the helmet between the eyebrows. However, each set of armor could only recognize its owner once. After the recognition, the owner of the armor could only gain some rights. For example, the owner could adjust the height and width of the armor to make it more comfortable to wear. As for the time being, the owner could not change the armor into various cold weapons or turn it into a bracelet and hide it on his body. At the waist of the armor, there was a dagger made of matter spirit balls. The dagger was hard and sharp, and this was the standard first-generation armor. Finally, Wu Ming finished transferring the rights of the 50 first-generation armors. Then, he called Su Qianqian. What? You have armors for sale already? Su Qianqian's surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. Wu Ming, please wait for a moment. I'm on my way. What? You have to bring them to the truck because there are a lot of them. Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. Su Qianqian hung up the phone. Half an hour later, a fierce bull sports car was parked outside the pet store. Su Qianqian got out of the car and saw the 50 sets of black armor lined up in front of the store. She was so shocked that her sunglasses fell to the ground. So many. She covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. Caw-caw. The flaming sparrow flew out from the car and perched on top of a set of armor. The flaming sparrow swayed its head and sized up the armor with curiosity. You can take 10 of the 50 sets of armor. If the sales and the market response are good, you can sell the remaining 40 sets to your super affordable store. Wu Ming pointed to the 10 first-generation armors by the roadside. He was not afraid that the first-generation armors would be taken away. Apart from the 10 sets of armor that he was going to give to Su Qianqian, the rest of the armors had threads that were as long as 10 meters that extended into the ground. Not even an excavator could dig them out. Boom, boom. A light truck drove onto Nanwen Street. Under Su Qianqian's arrangement, several curious workers moved the 10 sets of armor onto the truck. I've sent you the instruction manual. Wu Ming waved his phone. Okay. Su Qianqian was busy with sales. After waving goodbye to Wu Ming, she immediately drove the Fierce Bull sports car and led the truck to the super affordable store. Half an hour later, in the VIP hall on the top floor of the super affordable store, hundreds of customers sat in the seats and looked at the set of black first-generation armor standing beside Su Qianqian. They were all whispering to each other. Everyone, please calm down. Now, let me introduce to everyone the various benefits of this brand new combat armor. Su Qianqian put down her phone. Just now, she had read the instruction manual that Wu Ming sent to her several times and understood how to use the first-generation armor. As Su Qianqian opened her mouth, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. Many people had seen the promotional video that Old Man Liu released and were very interested in the armor made with special materials. Be it beast tamers, or wealthy businessmen, they all wanted to have a set of such protective armor. Chapter 118. Su Qianqian put away her phone. She took off the helmet of the first-generation armor and put it on her head. There was a short spike between her eyebrows. She exerted a little force, and the spike pierced through her skin and absorbed a trace of blood, completing the recognition process. After that, Su Qianqian found that she could make all kinds of adjustments to the armor with just a thought. This feeling was very magical. It was like playing a holographic game. She immediately put away the spike and put on the armor. The customers present found that the armor did not fit at all. When Su Qianqian wore it, it was like a thin lady wearing loose men's clothing. It was very incongruous and even a little funny. But soon, the customers found that the armor actually adjusted according to Su Qianqian's height and body shape. In the blink of an eye, it became a beautiful armor with graceful curves that perfectly outlined the proud figure of a woman. The difference between before and after was like heaven and earth. Don't be surprised, everyone. This armor uses a new technique of fine-tuning telepathy. After wearing it, it can be adjusted to suit the user's body shape. It's definitely close-fitting, comfortable, and practical when worn. Su Qianqian introduced. When the customers heard that, they immediately went into an uproar. It can be fine-tuned using telepathy. Doesn't that mean it can be compared to the nano-level combat suit? It looks like it can't keep up with the nano-level combat suit. However, the nano-level combat suit is usually a high-end combat suit that only beast tamers of sea level and above are qualified to wear. If we spend money to buy this armor, we can also enjoy the benefits of the nano-level combat suit in advance. How much is this armor? The customers inquired one after another. Looking at the excited customers, Su Qianqian knew that this armor would definitely sell well. Everyone, please calm down. I haven't finished the introduction. Su Qianqian wore the first-generation armor and walked and jumped in the hall on the top floor without any discomfort. It was very convenient for her to move around. The customers looked at it and became more interested. In addition to the functions introduced just now, we can also make the armor have the ability to counter through fine-tuning. Su Qianqian continued her introduction. She used her mind to control the armor, causing many spikes to appear on the surface of the armor. They were about 1 centimeter long and had a certain degree of resistance. This function is amazing. Some customers' eyes lit up, and they began to praise him. There were sharp spikes on the surface of the armor that could prick the hand. It had the ability to deal with ordinary vicious beasts, so it was of great significance. Soon, Su Qianqian finished her demonstration. She loved the armor so much that she couldn't put it down. She walked back to the stage and said into the microphone, "Next, we have 9 more sets of black armor. We will auction them off. The starting price is 300,000 pet coins." This was the lowest price that Su Qianqian offered. As for Wu Ming, he didn't care about the price from the beginning to the end. He left everything to Su Qianqian. 300,000? It's a little expensive. It's only 300,000 and you think it's expensive? Don't you know that the price of nano-grade armor starts at 10 million? This black armor is already very cheap. If you think it's not expensive, then buy it. Hey, I really want to buy it. Miss Su, I'll bid 500,000. Give me 1 set first. The customers began to argue. Someone has made a bid. 500,000 going once, 500,000 going twice. Deal. Su Qianqian seized the opportunity to start the auction. *T, I was too late. Don't worry. There are 8 more sets of black armor. Let's continue. The rest of the customers began to bid. Soon, the price of a first-generation armor had soared to 800,000 pet coins. The competition was fierce. In less than 15 minutes, all 9 sets of armor were sold. The total price was over 6 million pet coins. Wonderful. Su Qianqian looked at the bill, and her red lips curled up slightly. I'm sure that when Sir Wu Ming finds out about today's harvest, he will definitely praise me. The 9 customers who had won the first-generation armor recognized the armor on the spot. Then, they adjusted the armor according to their body shape. They were all satisfied. Wearing the first-generation armor, they felt they could fight against the heavens, the earth, and the air. They were fearless. Boom! Someone waved his fist and smashed the hard marble table, frightening the customers around. Good heavens! If I were to wear this armor and participate in a boxing competition, I would definitely win first place. The customer who had punched laughed. Hello, sir. The marble table is a work of art from the Durain City. Please compensate us with 800,000 pet coins. Would you like to pay VX or credit card? A sexy secretary wearing black-rimmed glasses walked over and said to the customer who had smashed the marble table, "What?" The customer was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. The other customers laughed. You're so proud. The money you use to compensate the marble table is enough to buy a brand new set of black armor. Hilarious. Some customers teased. Everyone, that's all for today. If there are any new items, I will ask Secretary Zheng to post them on the website of the store. Su Qianqian said, then put on the armor and left. She was so busy reporting the good news to Wu Ming that she didn't even bother to take off the armor. She got out of the elevator and went straight to the parking lot. Under the surprised gazes of many passers-by, she got into the Fierce Bull sports car and drove away. *MN, what a sexy armor. Is this role-playing? I want a set of armor like this too. Hey, why are there other people wearing similar armor? There were many people in the super affordable shopping center. When the customers wearing the first-generation armor came downstairs, the passers-by all turned to look at them. Soon, a piece of news was spread. The super affordable shopping center had a new black armor on sale. Its defensive ability was extraordinary. Even a Class F ferocious beast couldn't tear through the defense of the black armor. Moreover, this black armor could be adjusted according to the user's body shape. As soon as the news came out, the market of Garan Castle exploded again. At the pet store, Wu Ming was sitting in front of the computer. He twisted his sore neck and browsed the news about black armor on the Garan Castle forum. The corners of his mouth curled up. 9 sets of armor sold for more than 6 million. Not bad. Also, black armor is a good name. From now on, it's settled. The codename of the first-generation armor will be Black Armor. Wu Ming let go of the mouse and turned around. He looked at Su Qianqian, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, Your marketing is very successful. I'm very satisfied with the price. You can sell the remaining 40 sets of black armor. He walked out of the pet store and patted the black armor with his hand. He put away the fixing wires that were deep underground so that Su Qianqian could take them away. Thank you so much, Wu Ming. When Su Qianqian heard that her performance had satisfied Wu Ming, she jumped into his arms excitedly. Her face was full of charm and flirtatiousness. Wu Ming hugged the beauty in his arms and looked at the beautiful, streamlined armor on her body. He said, "Actually, the black armor has more uses than that." "Ah, really?" Su Qianqian blinked her bright, watery eyes in astonishment. Chapter 119. Of course. Wu Ming nodded. He reached out his hand and caressed Su Qianqian's flawless face. He gave her full access to the black armor. Su Qianqian realized that her ability to control the black armor had been greatly improved. She reached out her hand. A black sand-like substance was piling up in her palm and turning into a sharp dagger. Is this nano-level technology? Su Qianqian was stunned. She had thought that the black armor's technology couldn't keep up with the real nano-level combat suit. She thought that the suit couldn't be transformed according to her will and could only be fine-tuned. But now, she realized that she was gravely mistaken. The ability of the black armor might be even more amazing than the high-end nano-level combat suit. Wu Ming carried Su Qianqian into the pet store and put her on the couch. "Have you forgotten the ability of the dark gold armor I'm wearing?" Then, he stood where he was and used his will. It only took him 0.2 seconds to put on the second-generation armor codenamed Dark Gold. "How did you do that?" Su Qianqian asked in surprise. "Try it," Wu Ming said. Su Qianqian began to try. Then, to her surprise, she found that the black armor began to gather in her palm. In the end, it turned into a black handbag. Do all women like handbags so much? Wu Ming covered his face with his hand, feeling helpless. "Ah, it's so heavy." Su Qianqian realized that the black handbag in her hands actually weighed more than 10 kilograms. Fortunately, she had practiced dancing in close combat before, so her physique was not weak. She was able to hold the black handbag steadily with her hands. The black armor has a more special ability. It can change its density and make its mass lower. Wu Ming revealed this secret. Su Qianqian was on his side. She should know this. If it were someone else, Wu Ming wouldn't reveal it for the time being. How magical! Su Qianqian tried to change the arrangement inside the spiritual sphere, making it less dense and lighter. Familiarize yourself with it first. Wu Ming sat on the sofa. Su Qianqian sat beside him and stretched out her hands, constantly changing the material spirit ball into various shapes. Handbag, cell phone, water basin, she changed everything that she could think of. It's really amazing. There's actually such a material in this world. Su Qianqian was even more surprised. She felt that this was an epic-making product. "There's still many things you don't understand," Wu Ming said. Under his guidance, Su Qianqian gradually grasped the essence of controlling the material orb and became more and more proficient. In the end, Wu Ming used 5 evolution points to mature the 7-star reed on the table, upgrading Su Qianqian's first-generation black armor to the second generation. "What kind of material is this?" Su Qianqian was even more surprised to hear that the upgraded armor could be insulated from heat. She found that she couldn't see through Wu Ming anymore. It's not a good time to announce it or spread it around. You only need to know that this is the second-generation armor, right? Use it with a breathing mask to maximize the effect of the second-generation dark gold armor. Wu Ming reminded her. Wu Ming, don't worry. I will keep it a secret. Su Qianqian knew Wu Ming's intention. It was not a good time to announce the second-generation dark gold armor. She was able to guess this. As for the reason, Su Qianqian didn't know. But since it was Wu Ming's order, she just had to abide by it. Soon, Su Qianqian called for a truck to take away the 40 sets of black armor. Once again, the pet store quieted down. It was nighttime. Wu Ming had a simple dinner and sat down on the couch. At the moment, I have more than 1,000 evolution points. I can consider buying new pet eggs or food for evolution. Wu Ming mumbled to himself. At this moment, Wu Ming heard the system's voice in his head. Ding! Limited time purchase is open. Please draw your lucky rune. Wu Ming closed his eyes and entered the store. In front of him, a wheel of fortune appeared. The wheel was divided into 10 fan-shaped areas with different rewards, such as 10% discount, 30% discount. E-rank pet egg. Wu Ming knew that this was a lucky wheel that would only appear occasionally. Let's start the lucky draw, Wu Ming said to himself. The lucky wheel began to spin at a high speed. Then, Wu Ming suddenly shouted to stop. The needle on the wheel pointed to the 10% discount. What is this? Wu Ming was interested. It can't be that all items are at a 10% discount for a limited time, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the 10% discount for a limited time reward. Any item in the store can be purchased at a 10% discount, but only limited to one item. Thank you for your patronage. After hearing the sound, Wu Ming was surprised to find that the items in the intermediate store could also be purchased for a limited time. As for the advanced store, there was no activity for the time being. However, when he saw the prices of the items in the intermediate store, Wu Ming could not help but be speechless. C-rank Flame Dragon Pet Egg, 2,888 evolution points. B-rank Evolution Food Recipe, 13,888 evolution points. A-rank Red Dragon Pet Egg, 188,888 evolution points. Wu Ming could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn it! How could he buy it when it was easily thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of evolution points? Even if it was a 10% discount, he could not afford it. System, how often does the limited time store appear? Wu Ming was very concerned about this question. Once a month. The system explained. That's good. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, he still did not have enough evolution points. However, after a month, he should have more evolution points. At that time, he could take the opportunity to buy something that he could not afford normally. Right now, I only have a little more than 1,000 evolution points. Even if I spend all of them, I can at most buy a B-rank treasure with a 10% discount. A C-rank Potential Night Demon Vine, a plant-type pet egg. The original price is 2,888 evolution points, 288. 8 evolution points after the discount. This thing is not bad. Wu Ming's attention was focused on an image. This was a type of vine plant that could grow crazily. When it matured, its body would be very large. Although it was difficult to move, it was the best choice to guard his home. I'll choose you. Wu Ming used the 10% discount reward and 288. 8 evolution points to buy the C-rank Potential Night Demon Vine Seed. Soon, Wu Ming's consciousness returned to reality. There was a round seed in his palm. There were special, glowing patterns on the seed, making it look sacred. Wu Ming took the seed and walked to the door. He thought about it and wondered if he should plant the seed of the Night Demon Vine in the ground right now. The Night Demon Vine was a plant-type pet. Once it was planted, it would be troublesome to migrate. Therefore, usually it would be planted in a future settlement. However, Wu Ming did not know if he would migrate to another place in the future. He was hesitant. Never mind. I'll plant it first. After much consideration, Wu Ming chose to plant the seed of the Night Demon Vine in the flower bed in front of the door. Ding! The C-rank Potential Night Demon Vine is activated. The seed is germinating. For safety reasons, the host should stay away. The system notified him. Wu Ming quickly put on the dark golden armor and stepped back a dozen meters. Chapter 120. Bang! The flower bed seemed to have exploded. A tender green vine broke out of the ground and grew to a height of more than 10 meters in an instant. It was as thick as an arm and swayed in the wind like a tender bamboo. It's not that big of a commotion. Wu Ming curled his lips. He thought the growth process of the Dark Night Magic Vine would be terrifying, perhaps accompanied by fire and lightning. But that was it. If he had known, he would have taken out his phone, taken a video, and posted it on his WeChat moments. Rumble. At this moment, the flower bed began to vibrate as if a train had passed by, which alerted Wu Ming. He frowned and stared at the Dark Night Magic Vine. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bamboo cracking was heard, and fine vertical lines appeared on the surface of the Dark Night Magic Vine. Then, The trunk as thick as an arm spread out like a bamboo strip and turned into a dozen smaller vines. With a whistling sound, they smashed the air and slapped the surrounding ground. Crack! Even the floor tiles were smashed, and the trash cans on the side of the road were directly split open. Although the cut surface was not as smooth as a mirror, it was very neat. Crackle, crackle. After the Dark Knight magic vines separated, the dozen vines continued to whip the ground as if it was having a stroke, which really shocked Wu Ming. Fortunately, I ran far away. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. Wu Ming shrunk his neck. The vines of the Dark Knight magic vine were very tough. Even if they had just grown, they were more terrifying than steel whips. Moreover, it was very strong. Wu Ming believed that even if a car was parked on the side of the road, it could be cut open by the vines. Not long after, the Dark Knight magic vine stopped convulsing. Its dozen vines began to grow. They were 30 meters long, and each was as thick as a thumb. They were like blooming flowers swaying in the wind in the air. Wu Ming found that he could communicate with the Dark Knight magic vine. For example, he could give some simple instructions. Break this stone. Wu Ming picked up a fist-sized concrete block and threw it into the air. Crack! More than a dozen vines lashed out at the same time, like a sea of swords and sabers, exploding with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. With a kacha sound, the congealed soil was smashed into pieces, like a firework blooming in the air. Oh my, this power, this reaction speed! Wu Ming leaned back tactically. He was very satisfied with the Night Demonic Vine's performance. This thing was really suitable for guarding the house. Wu Ming used the Eye of Insight to obtain detailed information about the Night Demonic Vine. Type: Dark Knight Demonic Vine, Infant, Level F Elite. Potential: C Talents, C-Grade Duplication Fruit, D-Grade Defense, D-Grade Battle Instinct. Note: the Night Magic Vine has the potential to be at the C rank. When it reaches adulthood, it will become a C rank pet with 3 talents. Since it is still in its infancy stage, all the talents are at the F rank. Possessing 3 innate talents. How terrifying! Wu Ming's eyes widened. As soon as the Night Demonic Vine was planted, it already had the strength of an elite pet at the F rank. It had a high starting point. D-Grade Battle Instinct. No wonder those vines could accurately hit the concrete block that I threw into the air. It is because of this talent. Needless to say, the D-Grade defense is the reason why the Night Demonic Vine's vines are so tough. But what is the C-Grade Duplication Fruit? Wu Ming didn't know much about this talent. The C-Grade Duplication Fruit is a special ability that can duplicate the talents of other pets or beasts. As long as the Night Demonic Vine has the blood of other pets or beasts, the Night Demonic Vine can duplicate any talent of the other pets or beasts. The Night Demonic Vine will then condense fruits and hatch clones with the same talent. The system explained in detail. Is that so? Wu Ming was shocked. It seemed that he had really made a fortune with this 10% discount. The number of clones is limited, which is related to the rank of the Night Demonic Vine itself. The higher the rank of the Night Demonic Vine, the more clones there are, and the more efficient the Night Demonic Vine will be in hatching. I see. Wu Ming understood. He waved his hand and said, "Little Tyrant, come here and give me a drop of blood." Little Tyrant tilted its head and sized up Wu Ming. It didn't understand why its master wanted its blood. Did it do something wrong again? But I'm just a dog. How am I supposed to know what I did wrong? Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant paced around on the spot. Just give me a drop of blood. Can you not be so dramatic? Wu Ming could tell what Little Tyrant was thinking. He rolled his eyes. Little Tyrant opened its eyes wide. Finally, it understood that it had done nothing wrong. It used its paw to cut open a wound on its leg. Wu Ming took a drop of blood before the wound healed and smeared it on the Night Demonic Vine. Thump! A heartbeat could be heard from the Night Demonic Vine. Then, under Little Tyrant's stunned gaze, a white flower grew from one of the vines. It was as big as a fist. It quickly bloomed, formed a fruit, and then exploded. Bang! A Cerberus the size of a teacup fell from the exploded fruit and roared on the ground, looking fierce and cute. This thing can fight? Are you sure it wasn't hatched to be a joke? Wu Ming was speechless. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant seemed to have been insulted. Its body expanded and turned into a real, three-headed hellhound. Its body was burning with flames. It leaped and pressed the three-headed hellhound to the ground with its thick paws. Wah, wah, wah. The three-headed hellhound roared and bellowed. It even spat out flames from its mouth and shot out beams of light from its eyes. However, it was useless against Little Tyrant. System, are you sure you didn't sell me fake goods? Wu Ming asked the system in his heart. Due to the limitations of the night demonic vine's strength, the three-headed hellhound that was hatched would be in its infancy. It's normal for it to be weak. Moreover, the substance and energy absorbed by the fruit is insufficient. The system explained. Insufficient substance? Didn't you say that 1 drop of blood is enough? Wu Ming was confused. The more substance the night demonic vine absorbs, the more perfect the clone will be. However, the clone's level cannot exceed the night demonic vine's level. The system continued to explain. What you mean is if I give the night demonic vine the corpse of a grade F vicious tiger, it can create a clone that is close to the original. Wu Ming asked. It can retain 80% of its strength. The system said. All right. Wu Ming nodded. He turned his head and looked at Little Tyrant, who was pressing the three-headed hellhound with its paws. He said, Little Tyrant, it's your toy. Woof. Little Tyrant nodded. It let go of the three-headed hellhound and told it to run for 10 meters. Then, Little Tyrant chased after the three-headed hellhound and held it down. Little Tyrant then let go of the three-headed hellhound and held it down again. It was having fun like a cat playing with a mouse. Seeing this scene, Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. He looked around. It was nighttime and all was quiet. No one had noticed the change. Guard the house. Wu Ming ordered the night demonic vine. He went back to the pet store, washed up, and went to bed. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.